Yaş. Jesus, are we awake? Holy fuck. Yeah. Oh, shit. Let's go. Any day.
Oh, yes, y'all. What's up, everybody? Indie Saturday is back. Been a couple of weeks, but here we are. We're back. We're doing indie stuff. We got fully released games, no demos this time, and you get a vote. Oh shit, I didn't put the poll in the chat. Hold on. Let me do that. There we go. Pin that to the dashboard or to the chat box. There you go. The funny thing is, you guys are talking about the heat, and you mentioned that UV reflecting foil. My dad actually sold that shit or something like it when he was out looking for, like, he got laid off from his construction job and he got a job working for a place called Eagle Shield. And Eagle Shield is this reflective, like, I don't know what material it is, but it looks like Mylar or something like that. And you put it on in, like, in your attic and stuff, and you lay it on top of the insulation. That's supposed to keep your house, like, nice and cool and shit, or keeps it cool in the summer and hot and warm in the winter. Yeah, it's called Eagle Shield. Yeah, it's one of the most American company names ever. No, I know, and this was back in the '90s, I want to say, when he worked for them for the little amount of time that he did. They even gave him a little, like, box setup to show, like was set up with, like, a heat lamp and, like, insulation and the Eagle Shield on one side and then no Eagle Shield on the other side, and it had, like, a temperature gauge showing you, like, how much temperature it would block for you, how much heat it would block for you. Did the commercial start with fake eagle sound? It should have. I don't even know if they had commercials. I'm gonna look it up. The first thing that comes up with Eagle Shield is the Dark Souls Eagle Shield. It's a great shield in Dark Souls. Let's see. There we go. That's what I want. Eagle Shield insulation. I don't know if it's an actual thing anymore. Yep, eagleshield.com, reflective insulation. Yep, there it is. Yep, eagleshield.com has the a picture of what my dad used to do, showing him a dude stapling up this reflective shit. Yeah. Anywho's, Holski, what is up? Thank you for the 51 months. Oh, I never did go through. Hold on. Is hashtag game still, yeah, there we go. Okay. I should go through these before tomorrow because they're going to ask me, like, what demos did you really enjoy? So I got to go through these and see which ones I want to put, like, a little star by and show, like, hey, that's it. Those are the ones that were good and worth checking out. Bonehold, you have stock in that company, Cicely? What the fuck? Yeah, in the 5 minutes before show ends, Patter. Yeah. In the 5 minutes they allow me to speak, I will talk about the demos that I played. Are there any demos you regret not playing? I mean, not really. Like, I played or at least saw a little bit of 134 of them. And there were still 52 left on the list, and I don't know any of them by name because I am the worst player and a giant idiot.
Make sure you wishlist Eagle Shield.
Indeed. But yeah, I couldn't tell you what they are by the titles. Like The Unleaving, Melted Time, Dreadline Express, Bug Cleaners. Like, I have no fucking idea, man. And also, good timing on that, Spencer. Good timing. I really wish you would have played Sinking City 2. It wasn't even on my list. No one even suggested it in the week that they had. A third week of demos? Also missed Dimhaven. Well, I didn't necessarily miss it because it is on the list today. Dimhaven is on the Indie Day list because it is fully released. Dimhaven, The Lost Source.
3-7.
Oh, and I already played it. I already did the demo of it. I did the demo of it when it was first in demo mode. And I said, when this is fully released, I'll play it. And it looks great. It's going to be awesome. I'm excited for it. Butane on my skin, thank you for the 37 months. Spencer, thank you for the 500 bits. More like Dumbhaven. Oh, damn. Insecta Vindicta could have been such a chaos fun. Yeah, that was on the list. Didn't get picked. Yeah, so many. I mean, I don't know if they had a running tally of how many demos were available for Next Fest, but it's a lot. Well, isn't it like over 1,000? And I did the best I could at playing 134. And I played ones that no one probably on Twitch has played. I would say maybe a third of the games that I played during those 9 days of demos, like no one touched. No other streamer touched those. And I like that. I like being the guy that's like, hey, did you play that demo? No, Zeke did. Like, you know, finding diamonds in the rough, maybe. I dig that, man. I dig that. I viewed 1,800 plus demos. God damn. There you go. 1,800 plus. I didn't even do 10% at 134. Not even 10%. God fucking damn. October 19th or 26th will be the next Fest. Okay. So we can look forward to October. Look forward to October. I wish list a handful of games just watching you so it worked. Good. I'm glad. Unforeseen Power, thank you for the 22 months. Yeah, there's quite a few good ones, man. I mean, oh, sorry, it's bright. It's flashbangy. Oh, I can do this. There we go. Turn it dark again. Let's see. About Fishing. That was a good one. Put a star by that. Let's see. Aloe Gloom, Anti-Marcher, Emerald Dynasty, Ball Game, Barbarian Saga, Bonehold. All right. Bonehold was pretty good. Brawl Party, Breaking Armor. Oh, Bobo's Belief System. I really like that one. Burger Boys, Burn 9, Bus Terminal. Fuck was Canvas Infernum. What was that? Oh, that was the Hieronymus Bosch game. Okay. Catechesis had some promise for sure. Character Limit, Cheap Streamer, Chop Chop. Did I like Chop Chop? Oh, Chop Chop was it was the builder game where everything was made out of wood. I didn't mind that one. That one's pretty good. Let's see. Confine, Cosmic Fear, Cozy Game Restoration, Dash Dead Watch, Death's Life 2, Deer and Boy, Desolus. Which one was that? Oh, okay. Yeah, the architecture one. Okay. Oh, Dimhaven. It looks like I did play it, or I played a little bit of it. I don't know. Did I? Fuck knows, man. Datori. I think Datori was pretty good. Oh, yeah, Datori was a little puzzle game. That was pretty fun. Don't Fret had a lot of promise. Wow, 3 in a row. Doomsday Diner. I really like Doomsday Diner. Dusk Fade. Oh, yeah, that was all right. Growth the Dungeonist, Echo Weaver, Everrail, Fossil Fuel 3, Fury Ball, Ground Zero Hero, Hack 95. Did I like that one? Oh, this was the card one. Where you play, okay. It's a deck builder hacking kind of game. Happy Bastards, hello again. See, this is the problem with playing so many. Oh, okay. Oh, that was the time loop one, right? Hemobloom. Oh, man. Hollow Ground. Yeah, that was man. How to Fly Cannon. Oh, I think In Silico was pretty good. Oh, this was the inside like one. Yeah, that one was pretty good. That one was all right. Had some pretty intense moments. Iron Nest was really good, and I didn't expect to like it. Just a Shadow Gang, Kusan City Wolves, Lady Death, Last Chance Market. Lifted was. Oh yeah, Lifted was good, and it lifted everything from other games. I remember it like stole a bunch of shit from other games, but it was really fun. The FMV cop game? Are you talking about? You're not talking about Ten of Insomnia, are you? Oh, Nowhere to Run. Yeah, that one was great. Yeah, we're not there yet. Oh, Light, not Locked in Atlantis. Oh, okay. That one was pretty all right. Locked in Love. Looking for Fail. What's that one? Oh, yeah. Okay. That one was actually not too bad. Not too bad. I didn't mind that one. Lord of Undead, Love All My Girls, Lucky Punk, Lumina Veil. Which one was that? Lumina Veil. Oh, it's free. Oh, okay. Meaningless Random Numbers, Memories Reach. Oh, this one with the space station where you had to. Was this a time loop one? This wasn't the time loop one. No. What was the time loop one where you're on a station, you only get like so much battery power and then you have to start over again? Rivage. There you go. Rivage. Thank you. Mexican Ninja, Micro Mega. Did I like Micro Mega? That was all right. Mimic Meadows. Mimic Meadows was actually pretty neat. It's a Baba Is You kind of a game. Mortal Shell 2. Looking good. Did I like Murky? Oh, yeah. That was the one with the point and click with a sense of humor. That was pretty good. Nowhere to Run. There we go. There it is. Nowhere to Run. Object Impermanence. Order of the Sinking Star. Did I like that one? Oh, this was the puzzle game, wasn't it? So yeah, the John Blow puzzle game. Right. Now Out Fishing. I know I liked About Fishing. Did I like Out Fishing? Oh, this is the one I like the most. Yeah. I really liked Out Fishing. Yeah. What was About Fishing? Oh, yeah. You know, I like both of them, actually, to be honest. Yeah. Okay. Outpour. Piecewise. Pagopa? I like Pagopa. Oh, this was, yeah, the platform. Oh, the Pogo one. All right. Yeah, sure. Right. The Pogo one. Yeah, Quantum Quartz was okay. Queen's Domain, Rails and Rivals, Realms of Riddles, Wizard's Keep. Oh, Restory was good. Restory was fun. We didn't play a bunch of it, but Restory was good. Which one was Retro Space? Oh, there you had to sneak around and stuff. Yeah, that was all right. Rivage was good, or Rivage, or however the fuck you say it. That one was good. I like that one. Riz Dungeon, RMS Ragdoll Physics. I mean, that one was kind of a borderline one. Probably like it more if it had the full game. Salt and Soul, Screenbound was pretty interesting. Oh, Shroom and Gloom. That one ended up being better than I expected. Let's see. Shutter, Story. Ah, man, this one, God, it has potential. It has potential. It's not quite there yet. Oh, yeah, Silver Pines. This one was good. Yeah, we like this one. Yeah, Silver Pines was good. That one was fun. Snapjaw was all right. Star Trek, not for me. Sting and Swing, Sucker for Love, Supercharged, Surface, Sorcery, Twirl. Tenebrous Somnia for sure. Thanks, Light. Okay, we're almost done. Yeah, thanks, Light was the... Yeah, that was okay. Oh, yeah, this one was super atmospheric. I remember, yeah, it was based around the Divine Comedy. Yeah, that one wasn't bad. What was the Backworld? Oh, yeah, that was okay. Bed Above My Head, Disappearance of Family Crow, Granny Detective Story, The Merleys, Minesweeper, Ministry of Phenomenon, Murder of Yesterday. Did we like the Murder of Yesterday? It has, man, it didn't really resolve itself all that well. It was a demo, but it has promise, I think. Skin Stapler. Man, the Skin Stapler, if they pick up the fucking pace on the Skin Stapler, it'll be a fun game, but holy shit was it slow. Yeah, the Transylvanian Adventure of Simon Quest. That was a lot of fun. The Wolf is Dead. That's the detective game. That one was really good. The anthropomorphic detective game, of which there are like hundreds for whatever reason. There Are No Ghosts at the Grand was pretty good too. They are here. Oh yeah, whatever. Time to Wake Up. Tormentum. It's bad if I don't remember it, right? I don't know if I even played it. 1,000 Vials, Time to Wake Up, Tormentum. Oh, Trees Hate You for sure. Trees Hate You was a blast. Trifolium, okay. Pencil Neck, Trine 6, Trust Your Gut, Twins of Olus, Valor Mortis. Do we like that one? Oh, yeah. Valor Mortis, man. That looks fucking great. That looks fantastic. Oh, Virtue and a Sledgehammer. Man, that was a weird one. I don't know if I can recommend it, though. I don't know if I can recommend it. Vision Quest, Warhammer, of course. Warhammer was really good. We liked Well Dweller, right? Oh, yeah. Well Dweller was pretty good. For a Metroidvania, I enjoyed it. There. Oh, and Xenofields. What was Xenofields? Oh, Xenofields was the border detector. Yeah, that was good too. Okay. All right. There we go.
Zekip.
Those are the ones. Right at the top, they're the ones that I would recommend. About Fishing, Bonehold, Bobo's Belief System, Catechesis, Chop Chop Inc., Totori, Don't Fret, Doomsday Diner, In Silico, Iron Nest, Lifted, Looking for Fail, Mimic Meadows, Mortal Shell 2, Murky, Nowhere to Run, Out Fishing, Restory, Chill Electronics Repair, Rivage, RMF, Ragdoll Physics Experiment, Screenbound, Streaming Gloom, Shutter Story, Silver Pines, Tenebrous Insomnia, The Alligary Circle, Murder of Yesterday, Skin Stapler, Transylvania Horror, or Transylvania Adventure for Simon Quest, The Wolf is Dead, There Are No Ghosts at the Grand, Trees Hate You, Valor Mortis, Warhammer 40K, Bolt Gun 2, Well Dweller, and Xenofields. Those are the ones. 37 of them that I'd recommend. If you want to check them out, check them out. There you go. And there's one Dark Horse that I tried on my own time.
This is Co Carnage. Make sure to wishlist Emberville.
There you go. Press Escape, thank you for the 11 months. Sometimes he puts the demo down quickly because he thinks he liked it and wants to play it on release. Yes, I do that. I do. Yeah. No, I didn't play Valor Mortis for that long because, yeah. Because I knew that I was going to enjoy it when it released. But let's do this. Indie day. It's indie time. Okay. Thank you all very, very much for joining me. I hope you guys are having a good time. Having a good day. We're going to do indie games today. These are based on your suggestions from the Discord. I have taken 8 from the list of suggestions, and now you vote on what you want to see. You can vote right here at the top of the chat box. You can click that link, or you can look down in the panel section below the video player. It's down there. And you can vote for as many as you like. Make sure you click on the title of it, or this half of it, so you can vote. Because if you click on this half, it changes how the view is of the percentages to numbers to so on and so forth. And you can vote for as many as you like. So if you like 5 of them, you can vote for 5 of them. And you can change your vote at any time. Love this poll. I love this polling system. So, yep, vote for as many as you want. But first, we take a look at all of them by watching the trailers. So if you want like a educated decision and not just voting based on the title of the game, let's go. Here we go. The first one up is called Dim Haven, The Lost Source. Are you ready for an adventure? Challenges, exploration, and puzzles in a narrative-driven experience. Pick up your camera and test your wits in this first-person mystery by the team behind Quern. This one came out 4 days ago, developed by Zadbox Entertainment, published by Blue Brain Games and Zadbox Entertainment. It is $22.09, and you can get a demo for free if you want to check it out. First, oops, let's watch the trailer.
Ravenstone, museum curator.
It's been a while since someone new came around.
Reason for your visit?
I'm looking for my uncle. He went missing.
He's always been a little strange, if you don't mind me saying.
It's locked.
Welcome to Dimhaven. Please complete our mandatory survey before proceeding to the visa office.
It reminds me of like a Riven,
Miss Ravenstone.
but a little bit better
Most people get burned.
and less slow and less confusing.
Reach out when you have a safe line.
You have no idea how much danger you're in.
Yes, we played the demo. Yes, we did. And we enjoyed it. Okay, that's Dimhaven, The Lost Source. All right, the next one up is, oh, someone's going to like this. Disc Golf Masters. Oh, shit, it's finally released. The disc golf game built for people who actually play disc golf. Throw real licensed discs, pick your angles, play online, and chase the leaderboards. Made by disc golfers. Updated constantly. Developed by Spin-Off Games, published by Bonus Stage Publishing. Came out 4 days ago. It's still in early access, so it's not done yet. And it's $25. Let's check it out. Let's bang some chains. Is a Gassy character in it? I don't think so. But if there are famous players in it, I will recognize a few names. I've watched it enough. Yeah, so if JB says he's taking up disc golf, that's what he means? Yes, exactly. There you go. There's your trailer. Hey, Zeke, I stumbled upon some old forum entries of yours, and I wonder about your username back then. Why was your name Fantasy Sister Fister? Is it based on being your fantasy to fist a sister? If so, what kind, though? Religious sister of someone else? A religious sister of someone else or your own? That... I was young, and I made some mistakes. I didn't think about, like... I didn't think that people would catch on that that was me. I mean, I could deny it, but I mean, back in the days of AOL and stuff, like everybody was just making the most rancid name they possibly could, and that was me. Anywho's, moving on. Next one is called You Are the Loading Screen. The loading screen never ends. Solve bizarre challenges, survive fake system failures, defeat corrupted software, and uncover the truth behind a self-aware progress bar in this meta-comedy puzzle adventure. This one came out 2 days ago, developed and published by Red Controller Interactive. It's $2. Priced just right. No, it looks like, you know, progress bar that you gotta defeat by playing little stupid mini games. And I love mini games. I'm a huge fan. Clancy Guy, what up? 70 big months. Thank you, Clancy Guy. I mean, mini games you are familiar with, but they're nerdified. There you go. All right, that's You Are the Loading Screen. Next one up is called Wizard Quest 2, and you'll know exactly why I put this on once you see the trailer. Well, there you go. Stop the Dark Wizard! Wizard Quest 2 is a retro first-person RPG with unhinged live-action FMV cutscenes, full split-screen co-op, exciting boss encounters, and a vast open world to explore. Save the Roblins, save the world. A standalone sequel to the shareware classic Wizard Quest. This one came out a week ago, developed by Condor Soft, published by them, and KIDA or KIDA, I'm not sure how to say it. It is $9.89.
Yes,
let's go.
People of Bayern.
There you are. You're just in time.
Congratulations, traveler. Want to see something incredible?
That's fucking so stupid. I can't wait. It's gonna be so dumb. All right, there it is. Wizard Quest 2. The Condor Soft. Okay. The next one is called The Puppet's Casket. Now, this one's just a
pinnacle of the puppet.
Straight up point and click game. The Puppet's Casket is a 2-day puzzle adventure set in mysterious Victorian manor. Navigate among eerie marionettes, solve intricate puzzles, and gather clues to seize the artificial eye and uncover the truth behind the Thorne family's tragic downfall. This one came out 5 days ago, developed and published by Tap Romance. It's $4.19, and you can play the demo if you want.
The Thorne family crumbled overnight. Its heir, Caspian, vanished into the puppet manor. Soon after, a rumor began to spread.
Yeah, you actually get to vote for
Caspian
games today.
found a way to bring puppets to life and obtain the gift of immortality. The living puppet Galatea sometimes invites puppet masters into the manor to learn Caspian's skill, but those self-claimed geniuses never came back alive. Wealth, skill, and the ultimate mystery. All answers lie.
Oh, there's 1.5 FMVs on the list. You saw Wizard Quest 2, and there's one other one.
Vance, will you be the exception?
I didn't want to put it on there, but enough people vote for it. Tell me what you tell me what you want to see. Holy shit, this trailer's 3 minutes long. We don't need that. We don't need that much. We got it. It's a point and click game. All right, that was Puppet's Casket. Next one is, I'm going to turn down the volume for this one. Fish. I don't know how to, I don't even know what I can do to explain this. Fish is a platformer run and gun shooter where you play as an armed fish violently exploring through multiple levels. The game features a funny, unique, stylized art style that could get a chuckle out of you. That could get a chuckle out of you. It could. It's possible it'll get a chuckle out of you. This game came out 5 days ago, developed and published by DMCA Guy. It's $8.99. Let's check it out. Do you like drugs? Hey, Houndy, thank you for the 70 months. You and Clancy guy both with 70. Thank you, guys. Did I finish a Kimbot? I know the name. The name sounds familiar.
Call me Shipset. What's
No.
your ID?
Lexi.
Just follow my plan.
No, I played it for 2 hours. So I'm going to say probably not. All right, that was fish, and now we go on to mole. All right. Pilot the Mole, a monstrous post-war drilling machine built to descend deep below the Slavic
This indie
soil.
list never disappoints, Zecor.
Thank you, Lord Baguette, with the 20 big months. To descend below the Slavic soil, fix failing systems, follow voices of the dead, and pray you can survive whatever is sharing your coffin. Will the vessel or your mind break first? This one came out June 15th, so 12 days ago. Developed by Off Black Creations, published by Oro Interactive. It is $10.52 in a bundle. Or $11.69 if you don't have whatever the other item is. I don't even know what that is. But let's go. Oh, it's bundled with mouthwashing. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of mouthwashing for sure. There you go. Mole. Off Black Creations developing. They don't have any other credits on Steam, so I don't know. I don't think it is. I think mouthwashing I would recognize. The developers. Yeah, Wrong Organ. That's them. All right, we got one more to look at, and I don't think we need to even see the trailer for it. Beauties and the Stranded. You wake up in a bunker surrounded by 5 stunning women, but something doesn't add up. Their beauty feels out of place in this desolate ruin. Their strength and cryptic clues make you question everything. Will you capture them, trust them, or love them? The choice is yours. This one came out 13 days ago, developed and published by Story Taco, which we played a few Story Taco games before. Oh yeah, in library. Yep, these are the 5 hearts under the one roof, people. They're Korean. And the game is $14.39. Let's go. And the reason, I swear to God, I'm not trying to be or say anything, but the Korean ones usually end up being slightly better than the Chinese ones as far as like playability goes. So if this was a Chinese one, I would have said nah. But we give these ones a chance every once in a while because there's a chance these ones are, at least story-wise, more followable. Yeah, less bad, I would say. Trash Hunter, thank you for giving me a sub to Cosmic Dimension. There you go. Beauties and the Stranded. It looks like, what are we getting first here? Dim Haven looks like going to be up first. So we'll get that one purchased and downloaded. Oh, shit. Whoops. God damn it. I deleted the wrong one. Fuck. I fucked it all up. Hold on. Can I just cancel? I can cancel. Oh, good. Okay, good. Phew. All right, Dimhaven, come on down. You're gone. There we go. And now you can vote on the remaining ones, but Dimhaven looks like it was going to be the first one, and I'm glad. All right. Continue payment. Yes, please. Thank you. Install. Oh, wow. Only 2.16 gigs? Wow. And what did you say? No. Did you say? Oh, generative AI was used in the creation of a short prologue video sequence to help portray the game's apocalyptic world and best hunting atmosphere. No generative AI was used in the game's main content, gameplay, or character interactions. All right. Not that it's heartbreaking anyway. That's not heartbreaking. I'm not like, oh no, damn it. Yeah. Removing it. And now we're going to find a new one. And it's going to be, let's see. What's one that we didn't put on there? Swan Song, Remorses. Wait, the Puppet's Casket has AI? Some of the audio in the game was generated by AI. Fuck off, dude. God damn it. Why didn't I didn't check this time. I did not check this time.
Soon after, a room.
Shit. No one was really heartbroken about that one either. Okay. Puppet's Casket is gone. Beauties in the Strand is gone. I gotta find two more to put on there then. Let's see. A Lost Man. Junkster we already played. Oh, it's gonna be harder and harder. Oh yeah. But we're sticking with it as long as we can there, Addison. What's wrong with AI? I don't want to go into it, man. Figure it out for yourself. Figure out where you stand. It's fine. I just don't want to fucking talk about it. Let's see. Map. Oh, they left us here was the, yeah, the indie space game. Yeah, it's out. Yep, it's out. Oh, you're talking about Curse Mark? Okay. Okay, let's do that one. Sci-fi first-person horror indie game where you explore an abandoned space station. This one came out May 25th, developed and published by SCH Gaming. You can get the demo, or you can buy it for $4.79. I like abandoned space stations. Those are fun. Scary. How are you liking Texas? I'm in Houston. Been loving it here since I moved. It's great. It's great. I mean, other than the heat, which I'm not a huge fan of, it's great. Oh, you are like a robot. Okay. Okay, so you're a robot exploring a space station. Okay. So that is, they left us here, and then we got what else? I kind of want to give Wound Man another chance. I want to play that. So whether you guys decide we want to play it or not, that's up to you. But I would love to give Wound Man another chance. Because Wound Man it's a creepy puzzle game. Wound Man is a macabre jigsaw puzzle adventure where you reconstruct a tortured figure from centuries-old anatomical art, uncover hidden secrets, and collect strange curiosities with every piece. This one came out June 9th, developed and published by Aspidicolone Studios. I don't know what the fuck that means or how to say that, but it's a puzzle game with made with old like pre-Grey's Anatomy shit. Yes, I played the first iteration of the demo of Australia Did It, Greedo. I did, Scurry, and I'll be honest with you, it seems like a great idea, but it seems like it requires a lot of effort on my part, and I don't like putting in effort. We'll see, though. We'll see how bad it gets. Yeah, so it's a puzzle game where you put together like old ass images of like anatomy and stuff, which I think I'm fascinated. I love that. I love the old images and shit. I don't know. Cool. Looks cool to me. All right, there you go. Those are your games for the day. But first, we're gonna play Dim Haven. Okay, let's put that category, Dim Haven. Beautiful. Okay. And then we're going, I can copy paste now. Yay. Copy. Paste. There we go. Exactly, Seraph. That's exactly my point. Like, my girlfriend wanted to move here too. I liked Colorado, the weather at least, but everything else is comparable here to what I had in Colorado. So, and I don't leave the house that much, so it doesn't really doesn't matter all that much. But like I've said before, home is where my lady is, and she wants to be here, so I'm here. Okay, we're actually gonna look at settings. Head bob off. Smooth camera rotation? I don't think so. Motion sickness reducer. What do you think that does? I don't know. Less dragging interaction. Nah. Reduces motion sickness, duh. Okay, motion blur off. There we go. Okay, looks good. Start a new game. Just a heads up, this is a difficult puzzle game with little to no hand-holding. If you feel hopelessly stuck, you can use the hint system in the inventory. This is what I signed up for!
We 11 years plus.
Hell yeah, dude. Thank you, Jack Schreiker, for 135 months. Hell yeah. Do you know what cases your PC are in? I asked if I get motivated, I might try and build a clip on... No, the thing is, I have an Omen, my streaming PC is an HP Omen, and it's a cube on its side. So it's like this, and it's fucking enormous. But I'm looking to swap it out soonish. It's been my streaming PC for a while now, but hopefully I got a hand-me-down from somebody.
This is Coke Carnage. Make sure to wishlist Emberville.
And they got PCs that I can, purchase for way cheaper. than, you know, building another one on my own.
Dimhaven? My husband used to work there. We moved away just before they closed down the airport.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yep, that's it.
It was such a lovely place. Is
Sponsored.
it still?
Oh, I don't know. It's actually my
Fucking
first
9 years I've had this
I
thing.
hope it is.
Why are you visiting now, after all?
My uncle. He went missing.
My uncle went missing. Shut up. We're watching this. We're paying attention.
Sorry to hear that. I hope you find him, young lady.
Thank you.
are nearing Dimhaven. Get ready.
All right. Let's do this.
So my unkie is lost. And I am parachuting in? I am parachuting in. Ballsy. We're dropping in, Unc. And we land with a spalsh. And fucking bird took my passport.
Well, that was something.
I've ever been parachuting? No, I have not.
My passport. And I gotta find that bird. Whoa! It's way too cold.
Okay. Well, we should talk to this. Talk to this thing first.
Welcome to Dimhaven. Please complete our mandatory survey before proceeding to the visa office.
Okay. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money. I love it.
For the new stream PC phone.
Thank you,
Smile.
Paler. Thank you, Paler. All right, how was your flight? There was only one button. It was terrible.
Oh, no.
Why was it terrible? I suffered an injury.
That's terrible.
How bad does it hurt? Very much.
Oh no. Please stand by for emergency assistance. Our emergency response team is highly trained and equipped to handle situations like this. Oh no! No.
Hold on a little longer. A little longer.
Help is on the way.
Welcome. Oh no. That's terrible. Oh no. Please stand by for emergency assistance.
God damn it.
Our emergency response team is highly trained and equipped to handle situations like this. Oh no. No. Hold on a
Doing
little
the
longer.
same thing again, huh? They got a blue screen of death here, too. Watch for the blue screen. There it is.
What could have happened here?
Keep out. No gas in it. Yep. Well, there's a secret message after the blue screen? Really? God damn it, we gotta go through this again?
Welcome to Dimhaven. Please complete our mandatory survey before proceeding to the visa office. Oh no. That's terrible. Oh no. Please stand by for emergency assistance.
Okay. One more time.
Our response team is highly trained and equipped to handle situations like this. Oh no. No.
Hold on a little longer. A little longer.
Help is on the way.
Okay. Secret message, blue screen. Leave while you can. Oh man, I'm gonna have to do it like a 5th time, aren't I? Because I missed something again. No, don't put it back on. Little to no hand holding, guys. Little to none. Oh, fucking there we go. I just didn't see it. All right, let's go again.
Welcome to Dim Haven.
Okay.
Please complete our mandatory survey before proceeding to the visa office.
It was great.
We are glad you enjoyed it. The following questions will evaluate your suitability to get a visa.
Select the image with traffic lights. Damn it.
Good.
Which one of these activities is encouraged on Dim Haven?
Interesting.
Sightseeing. Select a picture featuring a date.
Fine, I guess. Next question. There is a ship on the ocean. On the ship, Alfred has 9 apples. Barnabas has 5 less oranges than Alfred has apples. Charlie has half the amount of papayas than Denise has avocados. And Eugene has that comes to 27. Please consider your answer very carefully, as this question is crucial in determining your eligibility for a visa ticket.
Okay. Oh, this one. Okay.
Fine, I guess. Next question.
Would you recommend our services to your family and friends? Sure.
Thank you for your feedback. Great. Please take your visa application ticket and continue through the gate to the visa office.
Oh, did you give me something? Oh, there it is, right there. Ticket. Thank you. That's gonna be important. This little thing right here. I know it is. I think I remember that. Not on this particular ticket, but on other ones. There we go. Maybe it is on this one. I have a camera.
Hope it still works.
Let's take a look at that beautiful picture. Ah, yes.
budge. Not gonna open without a key.
So I can take pictures of all the stuff that like it's like blueprints, you know, taking screenshots. It's like all the stuff I can't solve, I can take pictures of and come back to later.
Hello? Anyone? No one's here, I suppose.
Okay. Need a key for this. Yes, I blueprints before he died and after, which was really weird. Okay. Visit the Great Wall. The Great Wall of Dimhaven is the oldest known man-made structure of its size, built by the Velati. Every weekday, 9 to 15. People of the Eclipse, visit the Velati Ethnographic Museum in Kishvar and step into the world of humanity's earliest known civilization.
Interesting.
Totally. Unhelpful, but interesting. He came like purple rain, you're goddamn right. Oh, get a phone card. Oh my God, remember phone cards, guys? Yeesh. A beautiful picture, a horrible selfie, a sleepy cat, a rebel, Zach's house, someone's breakfast, someone's lunch, dinner, captain's pipe, something locked from the inside. Oh, right, it's left, right, something. Sorry.
It's empty.
Yep. Okay.
It's locked.
Global energy crisis continues. Mental health concerns rising. Tourism is declining. Oh, a beautiful picture, I guess. Okay, sure. Funny phone. Listen to jokes on your phone. Call now for a good laugh. Dark humor. Milkman jokes. Impressions. Prank ideas. Erotic jokes. Oh my God. 333-8866. Oh, I don't have a phone card, so that doesn't matter. Oh, that doesn't have a handle. Okay. So I gotta find something with gas in it.
Anyone in there?
Hey, the bird!
He took my passport.
Oh, I'm scared of birds. Okay.
All right.
Oh, I gotta get some Golgard.
Ugh.
Beef jerky. Excuse me. Oh, there we go. Visitors applying for a visa should use the bell on the counter as many times as necessary. Steve, you will find a box near the generator behind this booth. It is RLL. Come here. Okay. R.L. Stein. P.S. Please only open the box for your Steve. There's absolutely nothing of interest in there that could possibly concern anybody else but Steve. Okay, I guess we'll do it the other way. Ah, there we go. Oh, the case is upside down. 100 forints.
Get your fucking hands up.
Get on out of your seats. All eyes on Zeke. All eyes on Zeke. Darling, thanks for dropping by. That temporary generator you set up is acting up again. I tried it, but I really can't. I don't get how it works. I can't use half the equipment and the lights are flickering. Can you take a look at it? Grab a cuppa if you want. Get the kettle working. The key is hidden under the mat at the office door if you haven't already let yourself in by now. Meet you at dinner, Matilda. Tidy Visa office is a happy Visa office.
Nice. Ugh, I should definitely open the windows.
Okay. Always check behind the door. Always. Fucking Riven. Kill Zombie, thank you for the 74 months. Graham with 52, and Vincent giving a sub to Holly Sephiroth. Thank you very much, y'all.
He took my passport.
Oh, he's at home. Or outside. Love, I had to replace the alternator and the regulator, and it's sort of working now. Don't overload it by turning too many things at once. Those huge arrow signs outside use an awful lot of power. If you want to use your kettle, keep only the middle one on, since that's now hooked up to the outside grid. P.S. Thanks for the tea, love. I might have taken a few biscuits from the cabinet, but don't worry, I left some change in the toolbox. Haha. Steve. Should I be taking pictures of every one of these? Visa application 48. Visa application 79. I don't fucking know, man. Zeke, I know you're busy, so I'll let you know how much people who buy your house sell it for after they flip it. Yeah, please do. Thank you. Mr. Peril giving a sub to Emberville. Oh, shit.
This is Co Carnage. Make sure to wishlist Emberville. Woo!
Matilda.
It's locked.
Okay. Oh, the tower. Okay. Got the tower key now. Yeah, that's locked too.
Am I trespassing?
Probably. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, I got it upside down. God damn it. Oh, okay. Boom. Vince giving a sub to Queefing Beauty. Beautiful. Nice. All right, dear management, this was supposed to be a beach job in paradise with exciting challenges and fun coworkers. Well, I haven't seen any coworkers in months. I've counted only 13 landers and not a single emergency in 2 years. 9 of them didn't even wave back. No one explains anything. What's up with the creepy porta potty with the coin collection? For the record, I did all my tasks last week, won't anymore, just here for my shorts. P.S. You are fresh out of Golgard. Whoops. David Waschelhoff. Hey.
It's empty.
Golgard empty. Shit. There we go. What's this?
This doesn't count as stealing, right?
Landing Bay access card. Beautiful. Take it. Mine. 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 Task list. Use Golgard on all exposed devices. Do it every 3 days. Check and tighten all safety nets if necessary. First day of every month. Set ambassadorial lavatory code every Wednesday. Refill generator if empty. Every Wednesday, year, day, month. Plus code. Oh, rubber tube. Okay. Take that. Well, the year, day, month doesn't help if I don't have the code. Zeke, do you agree ambassadorial lavatory code totally sold out when they signed for a major label? No, man, I mean, sold out. Everybody wants to sell out, though. That's the thing. Like, Nirvana wants to sell out. Fucking your favorite band wants to sell enough so they can just be a band and that's it. Selling out is such a stupid phrase to use, especially with ambassadorial lavatory code. Those guys were great. Before and after they sold out. They just made different music. See, Tower Control agrees with me. Truth Air is giving a sub to Wash My Butt Like a Thug. I honestly read that first and I was like, wash my butt like a hug? But either one is it's quite funny. Quite funny. No handle. right. Wash my butt, IKEA thug. Okay. Oh, landing bay. Right. Okay, no.
Perfect.
Okay. Oh, do I not? I don't get the card back. Okay. Oh, right. There is, I think there is some gas in this. Stop.
Here we go.
There is some gas in it.
Ugh. How did Zach never throw up doing this? Great. It won't budge. That's it.
Are there feathers in it? Like, oh. Aha, ladder. Have you ever siphoned gas? Yes, I have. It's been a while, but yes, I have siphoned gas before. There's a handle. There's a button. There you go. Yep. All right. Oh, and then there's one left.
Nice.
Bingo. And the lights and the phone rings. Mush mushy.
Hello?
About time, Agent.
Who is this?
Oh, are you undercover?
I'm Emily?
Very convincing. Okay, so, I don't know if you were in the debrief, but we still haven't breached the seal, so
Okay.
reach out when you have a safe line.
Okay.
What?
Yeah. Huh? Oh, look. Sinister snacks, beef jerky, good old something. Donkeys. Oh, wait. Dokeny strong. I know they like beef jerky. 07. Oh, 320. What do I have? I have 120. Yep. I need 100 or 200 more. Oh, base code. There it is. 3516. Oh. Okay. Oh, fuck. I don't know what the date is. Year, day, month, code, plus, oh, it's 3516. And the year is 1984. And the month is 03. But I don't know what the date is. Oh, I didn't take a picture of the newspaper? Oh, I bet this has the date on it. I bet that is the code for the date.
Not gonna work.
Okay, thanks. 4. Today's the 27th. Thanks. Is it the 27th in the game? If it is, that's eerie. Stop fucking with the bird. Stop fucking with the bird. There it is. Oh, 21st of February, 1982. This is a fucking old ass paper. No, not going this way. Oh no.
Something must have happened after March.
Okay, maybe it's not March then. Okay, the code is, let me check here. There we go. Oh, every Wednesday. Okay, so it's one of 4 Wednesdays then. So it is 3. And then it's either 4, 11, 18, or 25. I mean, it's not necessarily brute forcing. If you only have 4 numbers that it could possibly be. So it's 5503 plus 4, 11, 18, and 25. It's not brute forcing, it's mild forcing. Five, 7. No. So 5514. Nope, back. God damn it. Nope. 5521.
Finally.
Did I say 21? I meant 2 whatever. Oh, it was 5528 because that was the next, or yeah, that would be the next one. Yeah, because if it was on the 25th, 5503 plus 25 is 5528. Yeah. That is a nice toilet. Oh, what's that? A 50-cent piece? Oh, I need more than that.
Secretum omnibus nobis inserviens. That means a secret serving all of us. Strange. Seems ancient. somehow familiar.
Oh, that was it? Just 50 cents? Oh, that looks like it's peeling off. I can peel it off. Yeah, I can't do anything about this toilet. Really? Just a 50-cent piece, huh? Okay. Hey! Open up! Well, that was a long way to go for 50 cents. So I have 170. Can I get anything for 170? Oh, I can get Sinister Snacks. 09.
$50. 100.
God damn it.
$150. 170.
Oh, 09. Sinister Stack Nut Mix. You want some nuts, Bird? No? You want some nuts? Hold on, I got nuts. I got these nuts for you.
There you go, buddy. Aw, you were just hungry.
These nuts work, man. These nuts work every time. Sorry, my lady sent me a message. Beautiful. All right, let's grab it. My passport. I'm Emily Ravenstone. I was born in Udengrad, and my birth date is 27th of May, 1952. And here we go. Into the actual thing. I think that was the end of the demo. So now all of this is brand new.
Oh, you're so cute.
How are you alive? Are you eating birds? That's not healthy, probably.
Oh, I didn't want to wake you.
Or maybe it is. Hotel Sarkany.
A gun? Ah.
Okay. I won't take a lighter because lighters are never useful in point-and-click games. Mix Reben var Natko. You will understand once you get into the office. Get rid of documents you've been briefed about. Destroy this note after executing task.
Hello there. Nice to see you. Welcome to the final visa checkpoint.
Oh, right.
Insert
This
your
was it.
passport into the machine.
I do remember this. Why is the place abandoned? I don't know. That's what I'm here to find out. I'm here to find my unkie. Oh, that's not it. Mix Rebenvar Natco. You'll understand once you get into the office. Oh, was it mix? Mix, yes. Mix Hulk. Mix Hulk is 12. Reb. Rebin, there we go, 4. Var is 02. And lowercase Notco. There, Unatco is 13. 12, 4, 2, 13? Okay, so the capital letters means the first half of the letter, or first half of the word, second half of the word, first half of the word, second half of the word. So it would be 1, 4, 0, 3.
Perfect.
Benjamin Bagpatcher. Mother's name Sarah Somersault. Okay. So there's 7 of those. Ink ribbon, there we go. That's for that thing. Okay. Bingo. I gotta... Okay. Now I just gotta discover what they want from me. Now. I know what to do with this. At least. Typewriter ribbon. Now we can save the game. Not there. I don't know. Is this sponge-worthy? Is this game sponge-worthy, you think?
Nice.
Yeah.
Now, please prepare for getting your picture taken. Don't forget not to smile. Just one final check before you get to enjoy Dimhaven's beautiful scenery. Please insert your visa and application ticket.
Oh, application ticket.
Oops, it looks like something went wrong. I'm sure it's not your fault, but please try again.
Okay, I can leave those there. Or maybe not. Maybe I can. I need an application ticket. I can't call the number yet. I don't have a calling card. I don't have a phone card. I need a visa application ticket and a visa, right? So Zeke, next Pride Parade, Bree is going to wear a free mommy hug shirt, and I'm going to wear a free daddy hug shirt, or free daddy tugs shirt, and we're going to see who gets more. Honestly, I think, yeah, I think she will. You're not very daddy. I'm daddy. You are not a daddy. You're a twink or an otter, unfortunately. I mean, what's an old twink? A twonk? A twunk? You have done your last twinking. You are now a twunk. A twirl. A twas, yes, you are a twas.
More
a
like
twas or a
Indie Prime
twirl.
Day.
Hell yeah, Indie Prime Day. Fuck yeah, Special. Thank you very much for using your Prime sub on me. I do appreciate it. So, a visa application and a visa. And this is the visa office. That's not gonna work. I just want to see if they give me like an error message or something.
Now please Please prepare for getting your picture taken. Don't forget not to smile. Just one final check. Please insert your visa and application ticket. Oops, it looks like something went wrong. I'm sure it's not your fault, but please try again.
Okay. I'm glad, Smokey Brand. I'm glad you have something to chill to. No, stop it. That doesn't help me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It has something to do with the punches. And this is 4. These are 4s. But that doesn't make any sense to me either, because you think 4 would be the bottom one. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. And then a mix of them for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Four. So there are 8 numbers. Did my other thing have 8 numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 numbers, huh? For fuck's sake. What? There are 8 and 11 possible? Oh, what's this? Did I take a picture of this one? 48. Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, so the last number, 08. Oh, okay. So I got to match up. Okay.
Zeke's and I put it
So,
down in my journal
number
so I
48
didn't have to remember.
Is okay. 73169039 -08 though. Is it the... No, it's not the month. Oh, month plus day? 16... No. Oh, District 17. Varhas. Oh, Varhas. Yeah, it's the district. It's the district you come from. So the district I came from is so it's too bright. Udengrad. So Udengrad is 05. So mine will be -05. Okay. Okay. So if I look at ticket number 43 or 48. There we go. Ticket number 48. So the top one is 7. That one is 3. There's 1. 6. Let's see. 9 is that one, bottom 2. Blank 1 is 0. Yep. And then, yep, 3 again. And then that one is 9 again. Yep, 9. Okay. Okay. So I have I have 7, 3, 1, 6, and 9. Okay. So what do I have on mine? Oops. Nope, 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 nope. There we go. I have a 3. Don't have that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I have that. Nope. That one is nope. 6. 3. 9. That's it. I have 3 blank 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 639 blank 05. Oh, I gotta find what other numbers do I have? 79. There we go. 79. I do have 79. Okay. Three, 6, 9. Damn, she fine. Okay. Visa number is 151736061. Okay. 5. Damn it. I can only get a 5 out of this. Shit. Five is okay. What else do I have? I have 65. There we go. 4 is good. Four, 2. Yeah, 2 and 4. And then I'm just missing 8 is all. All right, 2 and 4. So we need to go back to... Wait. 6, 5. There we go. Oh, 4. We already had 4. God damn it. And then 2 is that one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're just missing 8 is all. So we know that if we're missing 1, it's 8. Okay. So let me look at my ticket. Nope. There we go. We're missing that one, and that one is 5. 3, 5. Then that one must be 8. 5 again. And then the last digit will be a 2. There we go. 3, 5, 8. 5, 6, 3, 9, 2. Wow. Okay. Three, 5, 8, 5, 6, 3, 9, 2, dash, 0, 5. That's gotta be it. Let's go. Okay, I have a new ticket. That's it, right? Yeah.
Now, please prepare for getting your picture taken. Don't forget not to smile.
Oh, Citro giving a sub to RH Omicron!
Just one final check. Please insert your visa and application ticket.
Thank you, Citro. I'm sorry I missed that earlier. Oh, you got... Oh, wait. No, we're good. We're good. Oh, you had it. I wrote it down in my journal so I wouldn't have to remember. That's right. He gave you like 6 months or a year, didn't he? Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you. Please take your passport. We hope you have a wonderful time exploring Dimhaven.
Bingo! Got it. Ben's giving a sub to We Are Just Numbers. Yes, you are. Especially you. And now, Dimhaven. We ride.
I've read Zach's letter so many times, it's starting to get fringed. Fascinating, yet terrifying. That doesn't sound like him at all. He stopped answering our letters months ago. And then this? Whatever he found here changed him. And somehow I can't shake the feeling that he wanted me to come after him. I mean, he should have known I was gonna do that, right? What could have happened to him in a peaceful place like this anyway?
What? No.
Huh.
The Raven Nest is another masterpiece of Kalman Vosh, the visionary inventor, architect, and the man behind the iconic townscape of Kishvar. The mansion was originally built for Vosh's close friend Oscar Ravenstone in 1862. Since the estate still belongs to the Ravenstone family, it remains closed to visitors. It might be a puzzles only game, yeah. Well, Kishvar, the yeast beast.
It's way too dark in there.
Okay, big baby. Yuri Cunt, thank you for the 34 months.
I have to find another way around. A tent?
Zoop.
It looks abandoned.
Flashlight. No batteries, right? Oh. Oh, maybe it just goes automatically when I need it. We'll find out.
It's almost out.
Yep. Dude. What happened? That was weird. It wasn't crouching.
It's out.
Farts.
It seems so peaceful. Wow. So this is Kishvar. It's beautiful.
I feel like I missed something not going up that other way.
It's way too dark in there.
Oh, come on, dude. It's just a dead end. There's no like lore or anything there. Vincent giving a sub to Bud Light.
I've read Zach's letters so many times, it's starting to get fringe.
Oh, there's another rock slide blocking path? Okay. Well, I saved it so we can just reload.
Terrifying. That doesn't sound like him at all. He stopped answering our letters months ago. And then this? Whatever he found here changed him. And somehow I can't shake the feeling that he wanted me to come
Oh, this is not a path.
I mean, he should have known I was
Oh,
gonna
okay.
do
I thought that was a path in there.
Right?
It's not. Okay.
Could have happened to him in a peaceful place like this anyway.
Just making sure. No, I thought that little cave was
It's
a path.
way too dark in there.
It's not. Oh, not that way. Welcome to Hogwarts. You're a wizard, Harry. Are we looking for the next if-then champ? Oh, right now we're fine. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, we've been doing pretty good for the next month, not this month, not July, but August. August is going to be the tough one. August is going to be the one we're going to have to make up some ground. But this July is going to be fine.
Keep out, huh?
No! There's a dog in there. Well, there better not be. Better not be a fucking dog in there. If then I do on the, it's a sub thing that I do on the first Saturday of every month. Just a little fundraiser. If we reach the sub goal, then anybody who sub gives sub or resub will be picked, can be picked to choose any game for me to play. In fact, next Tuesday, the if-then winner of this month, Vendita, has chosen Digimon A World of Animals Away, or whatever the fucking new Digimon game is. That's what I'll be playing on Tuesday for the if-then winner. Time Strangers, there you go. That's the one. That's what I meant.
It's locked.
I heard it's actually really good. So I'm looking forward to it. I heard they evolve into big-titted, like, anime characters, which I'm also pretty cool with. Doorbell is broken. Knock on window on the right.
Doorbell is not working. Try knocking.
Oh, well, hello there. Who might you be?
Another person?
Why so surprised?
It's been a while since someone new came around. I'm Old Lars. My friends call me Old Lars. Who are you?
I'm Emma Ravenstone.
I'm Emily Ravenstone.
Oh, another young raven. I'm glad you also made it back here.
We have 0 anime characters, but we do have Transformers, which is as close as I can get you, buddy.
Bah weep, grana weep, nitty bong.
Bah weep, grana weep, ninny bong. Well, mix that with this.
Shh, little butt crack. Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
And you, I mean, as close as anime as you're gonna get. You got a 2-for-1 there. I suppose you know Zach.
I suppose you know Zach?
Well, I know of him. Zach Ravenstone. Came here 2 years ago, not long before the sightings began.
You bet, Javi.
Who is he to you?
He's my brother.
He's my uncle.
Or my
We were
uncle,
very close
right,
when
my
I was
uncle.
a kid.
I'm sorry to say I haven't heard of him in the last few months.
I'm here to find him. Could you let me in?
We can only let in residents currently. Things have been strange around here lately. People are afraid. I get it, but I don't mind seeing them, really.
Thank you, Vincent, for giving out 2 subs to Hobby Design, and he ain't heavy, he's a donkey. Appreciate it. I get it, I don't mind seeing them, really. Seeing what?
Seeing what?
Well, how do I put it?
Ghosts.
Some days, people see things. Symbols, lights, things that shouldn't be there. I don't mind them. Makes life a bit unpredictable, eh?
Is this why the island got so empty?
Let me tell you how things are. They started with the cats. The secret government. They found an infinite energy source on the island.
The secret government.
You know who they are. Are you even listening, miss?
The Illuminati?
They want everyone to leave so they can keep this a secret. First, they made the cats mad, and then they made them disappear. And now, they make people hallucinate using a huge radio telescope.
What?
Is it possible that your cat just ran away?
They all disappeared. It's true. Also, tourists avoiding Dimhaven is not a good thing, right? Even my favourite pastry shop closed down because no one's been visiting.
Uh-huh. I need to get to the Raven Nest.
The cable car's the only way to get there, but it's been out of service for months now. And I'm definitely not someone who can get it working again.
But how do others get up there?
We can do it!
Locals don't really leave the town nowadays. We haven't seen a tourist in ages. But since you're already here, would you do something for me?
I think we all know what a lonely fisherman wants. A lonely fish. Sure, how can I help?
Sure. How can I help?
There must be something wrong with our hotel's fuse box. Steve, who used to repair everything, is not here anymore.
Steve!
Very complicated stuff. Mind taking a look to see if you can get it working again?
Sure, I can check it out.
Thanks. You can get to it through the dog kennel under the station bridge. Here, take the key.
Okay.
What's up with the dog?
Buxy is Steve's dog. Lovely fella. They took him when they left for the mainland.
All right, I'll get right into it. What a weird guy.
Paprika Corner, Kishvar Brewery, Cafe Sarkari.
What up?
And Hotel Sarkany. What up, Miss Fitchy with 92 big months, and then Xantos with 5 fucking years. Hell yeah, dude. Lots of missing people. What was my... I didn't even read this list.
It's been way too long. And I'm really sorry
Or this letter.
I got obsessed. I'm working on something. Something fascinating yet terrifying that I find difficult to even try to describe. This has gone too far. But I'm already part of it. I need to see this through. I know I should have been there for you and your dad. And I promise to contact you and explain everything as soon as I get things sorted.
A horrible selfie. A sleepy cat. Oh, a rebel. Zach's house. Something locked from the inside. Captain's pipe, dinner, breakfast, lunch. I could have got a sleepy cat, but now I can't go back. Maybe I'll get a sleepy cat later.
Bookshi? Oh,
oh wait.
What a cute name.
That's not someone's lunch or dinner or breakfast? Oh.
I'm stronger than I look.
Oh, okay. You can wake my kitty up. I bet I can.
It's missing some fuses.
Okay. Oh, it's got dial on. Okay, okay, okay.
All right, I can do this.
And down in the water I go. Nope. Okay. Damn it. Oh, wait, there's nowhere to put it. Oh, right here. You have to do the photo challenge in the first area? Fuck me. I'll get back there eventually, I think, right? I'm guessing because there's a locked door that I didn't have a key for. So I'm guessing I get back there at some point. Yeah, the porta potty was locked from the inside, yeah. Mr. Peril with a gifted sub to Nincompoop. And Vincent, I forgot to thank you for the gifted sub to Heels to Jesus.
Am I trespassing again?
Again?
I've never seen symbols like this before, and I work at the museum.
And I'm really smart. Hey kid, I fixed your tape player, but you still have to get used to solving problems if you ever want to call yourself an engineer. I left it in the workshop and the door's not getting open itself. Or not going to open itself. The Vosh dial arrived this morning. I know you are interested, so check it out. Don't break it. It seems sturdy enough though. Set base numbers before dealing with the arrow. Good luck. Holy puzzles. Oh, wait. I didn't get the whole thing. Wow. Wow, there's a lot of shit. I know where this goes, at least. Oh my god. That's great. Really? Oh, that's funny. So I don't have to go back this way.
It's locked.
All right, I'm gonna save it there. I'm not sure if I'm gonna come back to this on stream or I'm gonna save it for me. I'm not sure. Puzzleberg. Great though, really fun. The puzzles that we've solved so far are really good, so. Kind of boring for stream. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, there's a lot of just like staring at stuff like, what to do now? All right, let's see the vote first. We got to get a new soundbite for Mr. Black Beret, and we're going to get rid of... Oh, it's sucking dudes? And now I'm sucking these dudes. Those dudes taste so good. Sorry, sucking dudes got to go. Apologize, but that's the way it works. All right, what do you got for me? I like it. There you go, Mr. Black Beret. The new soundbite is...
Oh, I am an idiot. I'm literally an idiot. Okay.
There we go. Co-admitting to what we all already knew, that he is an idiot. All right, that one's going to be C2. Co is an idiot. Beautiful. All right, that is C2. We're going to save the profile now. Save it up. There we go. Okie dokie. There you go, Mr. Black Beret. Now we're going to see what won the vote, and it's looking like it is a landslide. Wizard Quest 2. All right, we're going to take Wizard Quest 2 off the list. We're going to reset the poll. All right, go vote again. Time to vote one more time. Time. Can I say time again? Time. Wizard Quest 2. You need to say their name like the Prince song. Mr. Black Beret, you're gonna move too fast. Something like that. I can't remember how it goes. Oops, no, not you. Not you, store. You, store page. There we go. All right. What dis? Stop the Dark Wizard! Wizard Quest 2 is a retro first-person RPG. Okay, it's going to be W-I-Z-Z-E-R-D. Okay. Stop the Dark Wizard! Wizard Quest 2 is a retro first-person RPG with unhinged live-action FMV cutscenes, full split-screen co-op, exciting boss encounters, and a vast open world to explore. Save the Roblins, save the world. A standalone sequel to the shareware classic Wizard Quest. This one came out 7 days ago, developed and published by Condor Soft and Kida, K-I-D-A. It is $9.89. Let's play. Okay. Perfect. And also Vincent gifting a sub to Queefer the Third. I'm bored. I'm just going to look up Twitch queef names. Hey, Queefer the Third, I like it. Okay. Well, shit. Well, while this figures out its shit, I'm going to go take a peek. Okie dokie. What are my options? Okay, mouse sensitivity. Not a lot of options. Okay. Oh, there's graphics. Okay. Yeah. 3838 by 2158. I didn't even notice that. That is a weird resolution, but it's full screen, so whatever. And if given the option, what anti-aliasing thing do I want? MSAA, TA, or FXAA? Or off? TA, that's what I thought. Oh, MSAA is best? Oh, but taxing? Okay. I'll stick with TA then. Whatever. Oh, TA adds motion blur? Oh. We'll do MS then. MSRP is best. Single player. Explore Evenfall Bay alone with only the wind as your ally. Let's go. Wizard tips. Swimming uses stamina. Oh, okay. Thanks. Name? Oh, no. How many? Okay, we get a good amount of characters. Oh, I'm playing mage for sure. There's no question. I'm playing mage. Probably gonna want to be a female. Vincent giving a sub to Sir Queefalot. Hot vagina. Another gifted sub to Vagine Regime. Fuck it. Bonus item. Oh, bonus item. Oh, 150 XP. Yeah, let's do that. You bet. Hot vagina is ready to go. Oh. Mage. Oh. Oh, okay. I see. Does it say invalid name? Oh, yeah, no spaces. Okay. I'll just be vagina. Meat Shield, thank you for giving a sub to Genitalia.
Wake up,
oh.
Hero. Your time has come. They captured you at sea. You were their first target, but not the last. The Emperor is dead. His chief wizard, Borjigan, assumed control of the three kingdoms. He will use the Emperor's bones as an offering. To whom, I cannot say. You must save Evenfall from the rising night, and beware the Dark Wizard.
One month later, I was born.
There you are. I was beginning to worry we'd never find you. Your time is coming in, my friend. Are you ready to leave this place?
A little earlier than that.
Gather your bearings and meet me outside the fortress entrance. And be careful. This place is swarming with rising night guards. Good luck.
Thank you. Oh, there's FMV elements, but it's not an FMV game. See, this is the game. This is holy shit. I am fucking fast. I love it. Welcome to the world of Wizard Quest 2. Default controls, inventories tab. Left mouse bump, left mouse to select, left mouse to attack. Okay. Woo! Oh, there we go. Jesus. This is so fucking fast. In this world, you will encounter great dangers. Default controls. Lock on. Oh, right mouse button. Quick switch 1-3. Mouse wheel. Okay. And as usual, Mage is easy mode. Gravity will not always be your ally. Space to jump. Okay. What's the Necromancer's favorite workout? Deadlifts. Wow. You are floaty as fuck. Look at this. Vincent giving another sub to Great Balls of Fire. Get hit, see how much it hurts? I'm sure I will. I'm sure that won't be a problem. I just don't want to do it right away. Damn. Yeah, great sound effects, man. Thankfully, your mana refills automatically, so that's good. Pizza Wagon with 94 months. Thank you, Pizza Wagon. Pizza sounds good. Land is vast and you become easily lost. Show map with M. Okay. Sicily giving a sub to Mind Goblin. Watch out for the Mind Goblins. What's your favorite pizza, by the way? Oh yeah, pepperoni. I'm like, if it's a new pizza place, I will definitely just go like, give me a pepperoni and cheese, and I'll see if I like this place. Because if you can nail that, I'll try your other pizzas. But if you can't, I'll never fucking order from you again. Thank you, Sicily. Vince give a sub to Pepperoni-chan. Oni-chan. Oh, it's gone, Nicktastic. Joe Pesci has been replaced. I'm so sorry, Joe Pesci is gone. No, I'm sorry. I'll give it to you, though. Don't you ever go over my head. You motherfucker, you! Wait, I'm missing a line. Don't you ever go over my head, you motherfucker, you. Well, I can't play it for you, Nick. That's the whole idea. Is that it's you pay your points, you get it on for as long as it lasts, and then it's gone. If I did that for everybody, I'd have 1,000 fucking sound bites and I'd be searching every day. I don't even know where it is. The newest one? All right, you got it. It's this one.
Oh, I am an idiot. I'm literally an idiot. Okay.
There you go. This Ko is an idiot. Admitting it for the world to hear that Ko is an idiot. Crystal Shrine. Oh my god, I thought the fucking shrine made that noise. Fuck's sake, dude. Like, right on time. Jesus, scared the shit out of me.
This is not allowed on the board no more.
No, it's not. Thank you, Sicily. Oh, that was funny. Magical voice rumbles inside your head. Oh, hero of Evenfall, do you want Voodoo Berry yogurt? I pray to this shrine in the hopes that you may one day hear my message. Once a harmonious force echoed through the earth, filling all who felt it with peace. Borjigin's sins have broken this force. Help me put the world right, and you shall know great power. This shrine demands land crystals. These red crystals can be found on solid ground, both on the surface and deep within dungeons. There are many land crystals to collect, but only 20 are required to collect your divine reward. Okay. Hello, Cyrene. Okay. I don't know if there's autosaves or whatever. I wasn't paying attention if they told me. But I can't save it out in the world. Unless, of course, it's F5? No. Oh, Emerald Crystal. Oh, Elemental Crystal collected. Okay. Man, this place is pretty big and pretty empty. I've gone all the way back to the beginning, haven't I? I was looking at that beacon. I'm like, oh, that beacon's probably telling me where to go. Well, maybe it is. Ah, yes, it is. Map has been updated. Okay.
You made it. Praise the saints. I cannot believe what Borjigan has done to the capital. He has taken the Emperor's bones into the cathedral here and cast a spell to seal the door. We must move quickly to stop him. If we liberate the 6 Saint Temples, we can raise an army and weaken the spell at the same time. Head south to the Caprine Isles and get to work. Good luck, lad.
Lad, I'm a girl. Oh, audio volume it's just one slider. Perfect. Okay. Apache's occupied Warzone Banking Incorporated. Enter an amount to deposit or withdraw. Money in the bank is protected from loss on death. Okay, thank you, Patchy. I guess we'll go in the big green door. Oh, Final Cathedral. Maybe not. Maybe that's not where we want to go. Can we even go there? You cannot go that way. Yeah. Oh, come on! They disabled jumping.
Zingsuga.
Hello? Why do you disable jumping? No, this shit is like Morrowind and Days of Old. You're just wandering around hoping you find something. I want to get up there. Stupid! Okay. Okay. I'm ready to go fight some shit. Where the fuck do I go to fight some shit? Well, not that way. Yeah, I saw way up on the corner of this giant mountain. There's some of those earth crystals that I was tasked to collect. That right there. Oh, you can just shoot him and you get him. Well, fuck me. Statue of Adal. Ah, you have explored many lands, fought with many beasts, and carried favor with the saints. This mastery of your talent has brought particular favor from Adal, Everfall Saint of Mind. He grants you the power of growth of advancement. Your level has increased. Choose a stat upgrade to below, or stat upgrade below. Thank you. More fireball juice. All right, am I going the right way for something? I don't know. Oh, I'm the red ball. Okay. Let's go to the Raetalian coast. Liberate all 6 temples to gain access to the Rising Knight's Inner Sanctum. Nope, I don't want to go back. Why did they face me back the way I came? I hate that. That slime was just minding his own business, having the time of his life.
Today is my 111th birthday.
And 11th birthday. Thank you, Guywood, with 111 months. Also, Butters JPEG, thank you for the 26 before that. There's an inkling that they made these levels, like, or lands bigger than they needed to. Oh, sealed by the Rising Knight. Okay. Church of Saints. Okay. Oh, I need a map thing. Would you say the game is prime or no? Oh, this game is prime. Totally prime.
Oh, thanks for reminding me smile.
You're welcome, Cyrene. Thank you for the 3 months and the prime resub. I like that the fireball seems to not have a distance. It just keeps going until it hits something. That's nice. What's the name of the point and click game Zeke played in your wish list? Just got back home. You mean the one, the very beginning one? Dimhaven. If you're talking about the one that I just played. He is Naruto running at me. A Roblin Raider, huh? So what if I do? Am I just screwed if I run out of mana?
Oh! 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 Oh!
I know it recharges. I know that. But if I run out of mana in the middle of a fight, am I just fucked? Oh, I cannot go that way. Thanks. Why? No explanation necessary, I guess. It's a mystery. There we go. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh no, I can swim. Oh, I can swim in this game. It takes away my stamina, but I can swim. Okay, I am right on top of whatever that is.
"66 months till 100 baby. It's in sight."
Thank you, Dr. Phil. Okay, where the fuck am I even going? Probably to the city, I'd imagine. Yep, sure. Just keep going this way. Does it have to be so fucking dark? I hate nighttime. Oh! Yeah, no music, really, to speak of. Inn and tavern. You know what? Fuck it. Why not? Let's go. Sealed by Rising Night. Okay. Barco Flat Apartment 204 available for purchase from Ria Porta Wizard Bank. Okay. The post office. The public library. Come on, the public library. God damn it. I don't think I'm asking for a lot here. I just want like a fucking dungeon to go in or something. Ow, okay, that hit me. There you go. Not a lot of damage. Yeah, I want more cutscenes too. That's kind of why I'm playing this, because I want the FMV scenes. I'm just really not sure where I'm supposed to go. I didn't really, you know, give you a lot of direction. It's outside the walls of the giant fucking castle. Oh, I guess I'm supposed to go up to the big giant claw in the northwest there. I don't know if I can even get there though. It seems like I have to go through that cave system to get there, and they won't even fucking let me in that cave for whatever reason.
Many months.
Yes, many. 105, Silas. Thank you. Aha, here we go. Fuck off. Can you even get over here? Nope. Oh, shit on me. Oh, I'm fine. Ow. Fucking fuck. What the fuck? Oh. You are dead! Well, now what, smart guy? I don't know. Get him. I don't know how to get him. Oh, I did it again! It's a jump, you fucking dumb shit! Come on, Dad, what are you doing? You knew that was there. You fell down it twice? Twice? Yeesh. Ow. Those left. Yeah, I only have fireball. That's all I have. Oh, I'm out of magic. Oh, shit. There we go. Oh! To my minions, I'm going up ahead to make sure you know who is ready to go. If you see our hero or any of his friends, give him a real fight. But don't be too eager because I put a lot of effort in my creation. And I'll be mad if he doesn't see it. Your beloved Lich Lord Z. That's fair. Yep. Pretty straightforward, pretty streamlined. This whole game here. Like no mana potions, it looks like. No health potions. Health doesn't refill, mana does. Alright, I'm just gonna wait for my mana to fill and then I'll go in. I entered the fortress of... Whoa! Dude, what's this? Just checking. Binko. His name is Binko? Really? I'm gonna use all my mana up on this guy, right? Okay, he's dead. Oh shit! You guys, yeah, slopes, a little difficult, I'm guessing, for you guys. Yeah, I get it, sure. Ow! Really? A lot of big hitboxes on these fucking things. Damn it. Oh, shit. Holy fucking shit. That guy was hiding back there, huh? I was gonna say, what? Do I just... Hey, listen. God damn it. Damn it. I don't know why goblins are named Roblins. Probably because they rob you? I don't fucking know. Shit. Holy fuck. There's just a million of them now. What the hell? Oh, cutscene time. Let's go.
Hey, over here. Hello there.
Where?
No, you're not FMV.
I am Zanzibar, the Lich Lord of Retalia. You're probably asking the obvious question. Where the hell is my champion? Well, I'll tell you. See the others?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you.
They enjoy summoning demons or waking up golems, but not me. I enjoy breeding my champions. Would you like to meet my latest?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah,
Oh, god damn. Giga Roblin. Holy fucking shit. Oh, that's not fair. I'm dead. Okay, good. Oh, damn it. You did. Okay. So I do gotta keep moving then.
Roblin, kill him.
God
now
damn it, dude.
before he destroys the pylons. Stop doing whatever it is you're doing. Not that it matters, but you should definitely stop it.
Oh, God, fuck! Oh, you fucking nudged me, you prick. No. Oh my God.
Stop doing whatever it is you're doing. Not that it matters, but you should definitely stop it now. No! What have you done to my baby?
There you go. That's all I had to do. Region liberated. Done and done. Easy. Easy. Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to Chubby Gandalf. Fuck you. It said the Saints overthrew old gods. Fuck it. I think I just got to go back to the Wustial ruins. Oh, I should probably go to the town and see if I've, you know, what it looks like liberated, huh? Oh Also, that treasure guy, is he gone? Yeah, he's gone. Fuck him. God damn it. The bank. Before the internet, were you just Ezekiel? Yes. There was no E in my name because there was no E to speak of back then. I was Ezekiel. Yeah, there you go. You can have it, Commander Shepard. If you want to be Chubby Gandalf, you go right ahead. You get a sub for free if you get that name. Hello. Welcome to Ria Porta. Whenever I go into town, I always stop by Kreeth and pick up some potions. They can help with my chronic pain. I just can't get enough. Holy smokes, it's hot out here. I'm sweating like a roblin in church. The crops overgrew while we were captured. Gonna be a busy harvest season. Whenever I go in... Okay. Yeah. Barter, what do you got? Not interested. Okay. Malzino. Truly grateful for what you've done. Okay, what do you got? No. Okay. Thank you for saving my vacation. Okay. Yes, I'm going to tell my kids this is Oblivion. Oh, the Parco flat key. I can get a house. What the fuck? Oh, it's a quest item. Okay. Nope. Oh, they didn't... That fucking asshole didn't give me any gold? Fucking dick. I got 0 gold out of that guy. I'm really hoping one of these ships can fast travel me to another area. Hall of Magics. There we go. Let's get some spells. Seeking arcane knowledge, are you? To join the Wizards Guild, a price must be paid. Oh, okay. No, but I obviously didn't die after I killed the big boss, and the big boss gave me nothing. Nick the Butler, thank you very much for the 2 months. Yeah, this game isn't a joke. It's big for no reason, I think. You've got a lot of land to cover, but not a lot of shit in it. So I think it's stupidly big for absolutely no good reason. Welcome to the Wizards Guild. Defeat 19 Crystallians. Reward small FP potion. I reject it. Oh. Okay. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, like Daggerfall. Oh my god, the Hall of Chance? Oh no! I should have come here first before I joined the Wizards Guild! Small FP potion, 15, nice. Pink wheat bread. Patty the Patriarch, let's go. You talking to me? That takes some serious guts, kid. Tell you what, you can roll with us, but remember, nothing is free in this world. Oh, nah. There we go, gambling roulette wheel. Can't spin, you don't have enough money to cover the potential losses. The man in charge doesn't do credit. Oh, so I need at least 100 gold? Because I can lose up to 100. This fucking the goblins, Jesus Christ. I'm too poor to ball. Indeed. Okay. Oh, there we go. Missing the great sea gem to enter. Oh, fuck off. One of these has got to take me back to the hub, right? Maybe that guy will. Probably for a fucking fee. Yep. For any coastal region you have liberated, select a region. Okay. I am in Ria Porta. There we go. Wustial Ruin. 20 bucks? Man, fuck you, dude. Damn it, I just don't want to go back. I don't want to travel all the way back. What a pain in the ass. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go up to the Husaf Forest and see if I can liberate them quickly. Just, I want to see another boss fight because those are pretty fun. Roasting chat between runs. Well, that guy, he's just that Zeke, he's just a fun guy. He's roasting chat. He's talking, he's playing games. That guy. Woo! We like him. Really? We're woofing? Always on the lookout for that beacon. The map beacon. Krusty the Necromancer. Wow, this is having some problems here. Zeke, did you have another weird, well-dressed stranger encounter by your front door again? No, huh? Not recently. But I don't answer the door unless I know someone's coming and I know them. Oh, so do I drop down from above? Okay. Ow. Those guys are they're just jovial. All right, to the Bridge of Suffering? Oh, Lich's warning. I am not without compassion. Do yourself a favor here and bank your coins now. I have pulled this poor man in the void purely for your needs, and you will need him, believe me. I don't think I have any. There you go, yep. You can have all my 15 gold. Oh, it was close. Oh, come on. There's a thing on the left-hand side, though. There's no way to get up from here, is there? Yeah, All right. We're gonna do this the hard way then. Oh, that was the hard way, all the way to the bottom. Yeah, what are we laughing about? I want to laugh too. Okay. There you go. The wizard got him for me. This floaty fucking jump is a bit hard to judge. I jumped! Oh my god, I fucking jumped. I did. I fucking jumped. I'm telling you right now, I fucking jumped. Yeah, see, just don't think about it too much.
Hello, and welcome to my dream. I have waited so long for someone so delicious as you. Hello.
Father Puddle. Filthy progenitor of slime kind. Nope. Well.
I am going to double you up into me.
I love how much joy they are getting out of this. The people who made this game had a blast.
Yum, yum, you little piggy. Away from my slippery taste buds.
Oh, it is. It is. It's just the puddle is rising. Oh! Fucking fuck, dude. So it's just beating it to the top kind of a thing.
At your heels.
No! Oh god, oh god, oh god, okay. Okay. We're okay, we're okay. No! Get up there!
I am going to double you up into me.
Okay.
6 fucking years. Holy
What
shit.
up, Rod, with a 6-year resub? Thank you, Rod.
Fuck
I
off!
am the worst player and a giant idiot. Yes.
I don't do math. Let's just say 6 years as well.
Okay. You ate my fucking input!
I don't to myth. Let's just say it's 6 years as well.
Sounds good. Everybody's going for 6 years. Don't know I was gonna make that. Rich, thank you for the 85. 6 years, 85. Like, this is not easy. This is fucking difficult, man. Eat my input, you motherfucker! Another 6 years from Fury. What's the best outerwear for a heavy set fella?
That guy in Little Gold.
Thank you, Cicely, for gifting a sub to 6 years, and Truth Arrows giving a sub to 6 years of service. I've got to beat this guy. I've got to. This might be the rest of the stream. Just giving you fair warning now. This might be the rest of the stream. Get the fucking thing! Yum, 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 yum.
From my slippery taste buds.
Ate my fucking input again because of slopes or something.
From my slippery taste buds.
I feel compelled to sub.
The fuck? That's new. Jump! What is happening? It is eating my fucking inputs!
She was grand, fell in love. Found out firsthand with life for a week or two didn't really came out
Eat my asshole!
Why so mad? It's only game.
At your heels.
Jesus fucking Christ. I was like, use, and then, no, it's not use, it's blasted with a fireball. For fuck's sake. Thank you, Cleveland with 300 bits. Dr. Claw giving a sub to Fatter Puddle. Lalia, or Leia, thank you for the 58. Diabito with 10 gifted subs. Dark Claw with the gifted sub to Eat My Jump. Papega Man, thank you for 2,500. And Badgie with the gifted sub to Piss Puddles.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarabar.
We did it.
Lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarabar.
There you go. Thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Papega Man. We did it, guys. We beat that puddle of shit. And we got nothing from it. I didn't get a quest item or nothing. Do you also have a Buddha-berry dance? No, I don't. I'm just gonna crush your dreams right there. Well, fuck. All right, I think that's good on Wizard Quest 2. We beat 2 bosses. Feeling good. I think that game is too big for its own britches. It's too big for its own goddamn good, to be honest. But it was fun. It was fun. And funny. There were definitely some funny parts for sure. All right, let's see what's next. It is looking like Mole. Not a lot of votes though. Not a lot of people voting. Got over 1,000 people here. Yeah. And not anyone's voting. All right, fine. Mole it is. Let's do it. I'm cool with Mole. All right, I'll reset the poll now. Now go vote. Now vote on what you want to see. Unless, of course, you don't care. I'm guessing, like, there's, you know, 1,400 of you do not care. You're just like, whatever, dude. You play whatever. All right. Let's go. You keep resetting it while I do other shit? Just glance at it then. Just click on the link, glance at it, or scroll down to the panel section and glance at it. See if you voted yet. If you haven't, then vote. You like the stream summary? Ezekiel is losing their mind in Hugh Sath's forest. Rising slime pit section. The platforming keeps eating inputs and the run may take the rest of the stream. Fuck you. Stream summary. Zeke is crying about crying and shitting about how he pressed jump but didn't actually press it. His weak fleshy body can never compare to the sleek circuits that make up AI. Oh, that's great. That's great. All right, Mole. There we go. Oh, it's a popular game. At least 5,000 people were watching it. Vince giving a sub to Glance at D's. All right, let's see here. Let me copy paste the. There. Okay, pilot the Mole, a monstrous post-war drilling machine built to descend deep below the Slavic soil. Fix failing systems, follow voices of the dead, and pray you can survive whatever is sharing your coffin. Will the vessel or your mind break first? Overwhelmingly positive since June 15th, which was 12 days ago. Developed by Off Black Creations, published by Oro Interactive. It is $11.69. Let's Mole. I did not play Penguin Colony, no, Banelink. I did not play it. I'm not sure if it was on the list, to be honest. Oh, Distortion is playing it? Okay. This game contains disturbing imagery, including themes of mental illness and child death. Nice. Fictional scenario and does not depict any real things. There you go. Head bombing. No. Instant subtitle. Instant? Oh, it probably goes right. Tat, 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 tat. Okay, we'll see if we hate it. All right, let's go. Are you gonna kill baby moles? I don't know. Do they have good fur? Are they good eats? I don't know. They've taken it to calling it the white rabbit signal. What I'm about to show you is the best recording we have. Just don't look directly at the screen. I'm looking at the screen. Oh, fuck. I'm looking at the screen. I couldn't help myself. We discovered after Marashotska, whatever, the frequency doesn't play nice with our instruments. All we know is that it's calling from deep below the earth. And that it is most likely isn't natural. Any contact with the signal seems to result in strange symptoms. Most report hearing voices of parents, siblings, or old friends. People they have lost. And rat shaking. Even stranger, those voices all repeat the same word. Poop twat. Oh, dig. It was either poop, twat, or dig. Every time I land in one of these, like, fields of, I don't know, fucking barley or tall grass, I always think of the gladiator scene. Where he's like, if you should find yourself in a field of tall grass with the sun on your face, don't worry, for you are dead and you're already in Elysium. Petro Kaminsky. Time to dig. I'm still here. Yeah, it does look like Rat Shaker. Yeah, it does. Find me. Dig. Oh my god, my copy of E.T. for the Atari. Anyone made the Austin Powers joke yet? No, go ahead, Saito. All yours, buddy. Order of enlistment. Victor, I have spoken to the committee again. They are prepared to pay off your debts in full, and they will pull some strings so that you can be reinstated as a citizen again. They are still skeptical, but I believe they know as well as I that you are the best navigator still alive. This might be the last chance I'm able to give you. I know you will make me proud. Signed, something. Mission Administration, Strata Drilling, and Exploration Division. Oh, Stepan Adamenko. Oh, yeah. Crew issue comfort, always running low. There we go. Do not leave in panel. Oh. Age 43, divorce under review, criminal history, yes. Drill vessel piloting, navigational course corrections, evaluating drilling intensity based on environment. I don't know what that did. Did that open the door? Okay. It's the key. Oh, it has a key right on it. The key to let me out. Okay. First puzzle done. Unread order available in terminal. Access communication system and review immediately. Oh, November 9th. What? 1982? Or not? Oh, what happened to my cigarette? Oh, message cassette. Oh. Oh, I take, oh, okay. I copied the message. And then I put it in over here. Oh. This is Maria, surface control. What is going on? I know the White Rabbit is disrupting most communications, but you've been at a standstill for over 12 hours now. I hope this is just another Kaminsky issue, but you must get him back into the cockpit. Right. Right now, you are far too off course for the autopilot to keep up without a navigator. This is also a gentle reminder that all ship systems are dependent on the power that is generated by the drill itself, including temperature control. Getting the drill moving again must be your absolute top priority. Otherwise, you'll be boiled alive in a few hours. For now, you will have to divert power yourself by rerouting the fuse box on the wreck floor. I refuse to cancel this mission over one drunk. Too much is at stake. Remember, we're all depending on you. For tomorrow. For tomorrow. Okay. Dorms, rec room, deck, engine hall, engine room. Okay. It's super dark. First socket, do not force insertion. Misalignment may cause shorting. Rotate the middle selector knob to amount of fuses installed. 1. Okay. Press and hold the red glowing charge button until the indicator light turns solid green. Flip switches 1, 3, 6, 7 to on. Hold down thing. Oh, fuck. It asked me to do something else, didn't it? Oh, you divert power yourself by rerouting the fuse box on wreck floor. But what though? Divert it to what? Divert it to wreck. Let's just, there you go. Let's do that. Okay. What was it? 1, 3, 6, 7. There we go. Okay. Vessel is off course. Course correction required. Doo-doo. Heating system cycling irregular, not critical. Check ballast. Thanks again. Crew fatigue. Stay awake. Nation puts faith in Mole. A Strata M13 drilling vessel, affectionately dubbed the Mole by its 4-man crew, is set to depart later this week, targeting the near impossible depth of 8,700 meters. Mission director Stepan Adaменko is hoping to locate the source of the enigmatic White Rabbit signal, which experts believe may be causing the disturbances currently plaguing the nation. The M13 is by some seen as mining and energy conglomerate Strata's attempt to set things right after a previous... Oh, fuck. Well, that's the thing. That's pretty gross. Oh, did he get stabbed to death with a screwdriver? That's rough. Become a geonaut. Oh, is that what that says? Oh, geologist. Source of massive blackouts discovered, signal found. Okay. November 9th, 1982. Yep. Well, if I need a valve, there's one right there. Hey, another fuse. Yeah, I know. Best. Yeah. Okay. So I'm guessing I need to take my tape everywhere I go. And now the fucking everything up here is dark. God damn it. Can I put it away like in my inventory? Or do I just keep it held in my hand the whole time? Yeah, I can't scroll bar. Oh, there, just click on it again. Okay. Mission goals. Keep drilling until target depth is reached. 8759 meters. Locate signal source. Find out what happened in previous expedition. For tomorrow. Something wrong with vent? Tell Bowden. Certificate of achievement. Ah, emergency. Bowden has been losing teeth, which makes him even more irritable than usual. Other than that, the man seems to be keeping it together better than the rest of us. Speculating it might be because he has a family waiting for him back home. Something to keep him going. Victor, White Rabbit sickness is hard on us all, but it seems to be hitting Victor harder than most. Not surprising, sadly. The signal seems intent on digging up the parts of the past we prefer to forget. And Victor is doing his best to forget, even before the mission. Remarkable that he's still one of the nation's best navigators, even when half drunk. Still, giving him some extra attention. Need him to know that he's not alone. Yosef lives in his own little world as usual. He claims to be receiving instructions about the White Rabbit from a dead friend, which is never a good sign. Getting near impossible to communicate with him about anything other than the signal. As long as I've known him, he's always been obsessive about his work. This seems different. Perhaps he simply sees more than the rest of us. Steppen. Joints are acting up, eyesight seems to be deteriorating, and emptying bladder is more difficult than I'm remembering. It's ever been. What can be said? The White Rabbit seems to want to remind me of my age. She is there too, of course. She always is. I'm just gonna go ahead and write that down real quick. 8016418. It won't take my cassette, will it? Oh, okay. It just unlocks doors. That's all it does. Okay. Okay. Always check behind doors. Always. Okay. I don't have the authorization for that one. Fix vent. Well, I saw a screwdriver, but I couldn't pick it up. Can I pick it up now? Oh, I need to crouch, fucking moron. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing in here. I'm fixing it. So there's at least 2 more people that could be on this ship or this drill. One's dead, but there's 2 left that could be. Oh, there's a save, I guess. Yes. Hello. Throne 732. And an angel descended upon the earth and wiped every tear from their eyes. Okay. Cole, how would you describe yourself when it comes to how smart you are compared to Zeke? Well...
Oh, I am an idiot.
Yeah.
I'm literally an idiot. Okay.
Literally an idiot. Oh, there it is. Our depth is 6914. Input coordinates and steer to target. Adjust the RPM with the throttle by terrain density, right? Okay.
Nice depth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Boombody with 71. Okay, so this does nothing for me then. No, okay, I need a navigation cassette, which I don't have. And I probably need a... something else cassette, which I also don't have. Yeah. Yeah, it was a bit warm down there. The Earth is not a foe, she is a challenge. The deeper we go, the higher our nation stands. Boris Kaminsky. Okay. All the previous pilots said, whoa, what this? That looks like a navigation disc to me. Step 1, record. Step 2, process data. Step 3, get coordinates. Okay, so this is a hallucination then. Ground density 4.0. So, our max RPM is 30. $50 by $50. Oh. Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay. So, hold on. I can't look at it while I'm changing it? That seems stupid. Oh, there we go. Okay, okay. There. 29 by 25. Oh, fuck. Is it the same? Is it YX? YX? Okay, good. Okay. So it won't let me do it badly, okay. Oh, that, okay. And now we ramp it up to no more than 30. Hello, comrade. Victor? It's Kirtsenko. Where are you? Where is everyone? There is something with us here on the vessel. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what it wants. Listen, Victor, listen to me. It was right. I was right about the signal. It reacts to us as we drill, as we get closer. It's alive, Victor. I know things don't seem good now, but we have to keep digging. But first, come meet me in my dorm. I have to show you what I found. We are on the brink of a discovery unlike anything mankind has ever seen. I just know it. Oh, be careful. Well, let's dial that emergency number, shall we? See what happens. I don't know. I don't. Did I not dial it? 801 641 88. Nothing. Alright. Oh well. Oh, you gotta dial 9 for an outside line? Yeah, that makes sense. Well, fuck. That guy's up and walking around. Now that's good. It waits, it smiles, it lies. It awakes, it calls, it festers. You know I can't see a thing without my glasses. Breathe out. You did well. That was nothing but a creature of the past. I'm afraid it gave up on your kind a long time ago. I never did. Though I wonder why you are here so far below the earth. I suppose you're still looking for your son. Man, this is cool, dude. This is fucking cool. And good games today. The Vostok Initiative, a sun that never sets. The light of consciousness is the most precious thing any citizen may own. He's still here somewhere in this old painful memory. You just have to find him again. Still asleep in the static. Bring him to the TV. The past lives buried down here, Victor. But it doesn't have to be set in stone. Your son can still be saved. I can help you find what you seek. And in the end, perhaps we both can find redemption. Oh, fuck, fuck. Boom, ba-doo, da-doo, ba-doom, ba-doom. Victor, I hope you've had a chance to consider what I said when we last spoke. I'm truly sorry it's been so long. I know it's easy for others to talk about dark times and how to make them go away. It was the same with Darnia. Darina. So many colleagues telling me to make sure to get some sun as if that would bring her back. But I really don't think you should be calling that number. I know you want to cling onto hope, but hope is not what they're offering. They want to take you somewhere that doesn't exist, a place that will never let you truly heal. My door is always open if you want to talk. Step in. Bubba, you are not helping me play this game. You are nudging me when I'm playing with the mouse. I love you. You are... Oh, Mom must be gone. Mom took a day took the day off, so she might be out doing stuff. Holy fucking hell. This is the geologist. Source of massive blackouts discovered. Right. Join us in the depth. Become a geonaut. Take the cassette. You will need it. My dear friend, let me tell you something I think would surprise you. Ever since I was first exposed to the signal, I've been hearing your voice again. This is a strange and wonderful thing in itself, but the things you reveal to me about the signal are stranger and more wonderful still. You told me to interpret the frequency as brainwaves. It's not fickle or random, but an expression of something, almost like a mind. Only one more vast and complex than anything we've ever encountered before. You also told me that the signal can be trapped. Hertzinium seems to stabilize the signal when it passes through the crystal structure, like a beam of light suspended by a prism. The two things are clearly linked, that much I can figure out even without you. Now there is talk about aborting the mission, and I feel like I may be the only one who realizes how close we are to uncovering something truly momentous. I so very much miss the correspondence we had. I know you would have understood. Yours truly, Josip Hirtsenko. Wow. Damn, dude. Oh, no valid waypoint. Update coordinates. Okay. From the laboratory. Okay. Geology lab. 28. Unmarried, citizenship priority, criminal history, no. Perform signal recordings, evaluate signal data, collect rare earth samples. That's their job. Okay. Can you summarize the story so far? Yeah, there's a signal in Russia, and they've hired geonauts to drill down, and the signal has caused some weird shit to happen aboard the vessel, and I might be the only one left. The pilot. I'm the pilot of the vessel. Oh, there we go. Maria here. We at Surface Control had our first moment of joy since Matryoshka incident when you completed the course correction. Thank you for keeping our hopes alive. Now for the bad news. Our systems have lost track of the signal again. You'd think something that has caused so much havoc up here would be easier to find. I'm aware that Dr. Hirtsenko is the one responsible for interpreting the signal data, but it's been a disturbingly long time since we received any data at all from his lab. I refuse to accept the worst. But you need to make a new recording, even if Hirtsenko is unable to do so himself. Otherwise, you'll be digging blindly. For tomorrow. You know, I could just probably leave the communications disc in here since it's the only place that gets used. Yep, gotta Gotta go to the laboratory. Oh, there's our progress. We're at 7,000. 7,000 and counting? Yeah, 7423. Hey, another fuse. Let's do this while we're thinking about it. Yo, Vince giving a sub to K Comrade. There we go. Light switch. Wow, this lab is tiny. Wired raw reader circuit to screen. Place crystal on circuit to activate. Hirtzenium crystal seems to trap frequency. Signal exposure leaves imprint on retina. Need the room to be dark. Align retinal mark with the chart. Okay. Turn off the light. Objective: convert signal data into usable waypoint. Restrictions: direct upload is prohibited. Signal data destabilizes vessel systems on contact. Approved method: tune radio transmitter to correct signal frequency. Record the signal into a cassette. Insert cassette in navigation system to process coordinates. Standard Strata cassettes will fail under signal load. Use instead neural storage cassettes designed to carry unstable cognitive data compatible with signal structure. Oh. This is my light, Victor. At least what remains of it. Follow it and I will lead you through the darkness. Oh, leaves imprint on retina. Oh my god, so I do have to stare at it. I am okay. Okay, get it nice and burned in there. Oh, 1720. 17.120. Okay. That looks right, right? That seems good. Yeah, I think that's all right. Oh. Why is there no fucking power here? Yeah, in Circus had a navigation system to process coordinates. Oh, maybe I need to do this first. There we go. PC first. It's got to decrypt it or whatever. Oh. Transfer file. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, XYZ even says at the fucking top, you dipshit. Enter push files. Okay. Oh, now I need to do the Oh, they're compatible with cockpit terminal. Cockpit terminal, this thing. No action needed. Geological waypoint data already uploaded to system. No action needed. Okay, there we go. Just the order of operation was fucking with me. Oh, right. Okay, Vincent giving a sub to Pumpkinberry. Thank you very much, Vincent. Okay, ground density 2.71. 84.37. Oh, and ground density was what? Oh, there it is. 2.71. So do not exceed. .71. So it's in between there. So it's in between 54 and 62 RPM. Yeah, just go up to 54. Oh, whoop, hold on. Let's find the thing first. Is it gonna autopilot me or what? Where's the button for autopilot? Yeah, by the train density. What am I? .71. Okay. So it's over 54, but under 62. I don't understand what I'm doing. There's no temp. Yeah, I know it shows RPM between 56 RPM. I should be somewhere between 54 and 62. And I went past that. Oh. Okay. You just have to stick on it for a while. Okay. Yeah, and the temperature is not even going up for whatever reason. Okay. Yellow. There we go. $1979. That's me, Pedro. Okay, 8273 6409. You have reached Vostok Continuity Services. Thank you for taking this step. Before we proceed, please remember, preservation is not an act of denial, it is an act of care. A neural cassette has been issued to a registered name. Thank you, Super Mutant with 151! Please enter the cassette identification number associated with this name, then press pound. $51. Okay. This ID is associated with the name PETRO. If this is correct, press 1. If this is not correct, press 2. Thank you, Kaminsky, for registering with Vostok. Our records indicate that the payment has not yet been finalized and it requires your registration consent. This call serves as verification. To proceed, we'll ask you to confirm some details. Age of the person associated with this record. $1974. Six? $1974, Petro Kaminsky, and this parking ticket says 1980. The age has been verified. What the fuck? Central Hospital 12. Information is correct. You previously stated that the person's last confirmed happy memory occurred on their birthday. Please enter the date of this memory in, day, month, year. Day, month, year format, so... 020179. Thank you. The date is correct. Verification is complete. All required details have been confirmed. The total amount due is 39 million ZIV. To confirm payment, press 1. To cancel this request, press 2. The payment has been authorized. The funds will be drawn from your bank account within 1 to 3 working days. Your account is now in debt and may be subject to citizen review. During an on-site visit, a personal recording was collected from you. This recording will now be played back. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not good with words. I feel like I should remember some special moment to tell you about. But I can't. I don't know where one memory ends and the next one begins. It's all just him. All these things I want to teach him, all these things I want him to experience. Just every breathing, struggles in background, coughs in background. Hey. Shh, I know. I know it hurts. It's okay, Daddy is here. I'm sorry, I just don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to give up. I just want to be the kind of father who tries. Who keeps trying until there is nothing left to try. Thank you for sharing that with us. Due to the subject's critical condition, the day scheduled for the inscription procedure is tomorrow. Post-procedure documentation will be finalized automatically. Cassette retrieval instructions will be issued within the... I'm truly sorry you had to go through that again. But you need to remember why you have to keep digging. Oh, motherfucker. Motherfucker. We didn't go anywhere. What the fuck happened? Oh shit, there's a new... And the angel spoke, the earth shall give up those who are asleep in it. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain. What the fuck? So all the shit I did was we didn't go anywhere. 3.45. Okay. $17.69. Critical engine error. Right engine malfunction. Repair the right engine manually. Shit, what? Internal call. Can you read me, Stepan? Bowden here, please answer. Victor. Of course it's you. Don't say a word, just shut up. I told them from the start. I said it during the prep. I said it to Stepan's face. If we bring you with us, then the mission is doomed. You're poison, Victor. That's what you are. You sit up there in the cockpit pretending you're in control, while the rest of us burn in fucking hell down here. Katerina is waiting for me. Lily and Vera are waiting for me. I have everything to lose. All you have is that bullshit cassette full of fake memories. I'm taking the engines apart. We're stopping here. This mission is over. Don't come down here. Don't even fucking think about trying to stop me. Or I'll pull a screwdriver, or I'll put a screwdriver through your skull. Just stay up there, dig your own grave for all I care. You seem good at that. Fucking intense, dude. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fix an issue with the engine filters. Right one breaks when under too much strain. Spoke to the pilot about it. Weird fucker. Right engine filter keeps breaking and keeping an inventory on hand here in the shed for now. Guess Strata dug up the first junk they could find for this mission. Disparate times and all that. Idiots. Piece of shit filter broke down again. Down to one spare now. It'll have to do. Keep having nightmares. Always about Lily and Vera. Miss them so goddamn much. This mission was one big mistake from the start. Things go missing, everyone acts like lunatics, the pilot most of all. I bet my life he is risking this entire mission with that insane cassette of his. If Adamenko is too much of an idiot to steer this ship straight, then I'll do it myself. Oh. I need a key. I don't have a key. A steel renting, oh, existing on borrowed time. Oh. Something pulled his guts out. Oh, this is okay. Left side, left side is all green. Right side, airflow, coolant, and fuel pumps. Okay. I need to find another fuse. There's something gonna scare me right when I jump out of this, isn't there? Right when I get out of here, something's gonna jump out at me and try and bite me. Oh, maybe not. Alright, good. Now just the fuel pumps and the airflow. I hope you guys don't mind. I'm gonna keep going with this for a bit. I don't know. I'm enwrapped. It has my rapt attention. Why is it telling me to like turn this? I don't have the right key for it, I'm guessing. You have the key on you? Who that is? Vincent giving a sub to Sack of Children. That's great. Okay, I'm missing a key and a fuse. Oh, there we go. There's this. Oh, right. Oh, the sub was for what? Oh, wrong way. Fucking idiot. Righty-tighty, dipshit. Righty-tighty. Zeke, when are the 2 eggs in my scrotum going to hatch? And do they tear the ballsack seam open to get out? I hope it's a boy and a girl. Good. Okay, now we just need fuel pumps. I need a fucking fuse, I think. And I think the fuse might be in there. No, I don't have an answer. I'm sorry, I'm not a doctor. Hurry. Thank you. Hurry. I didn't get his cassette either. I don't have permission to get in there. I know there's fuses in the rec room. Don't linger. But can I take them out? Oh, apparently I can. Okay. Wait, this. What happened? Oh, I have to reset it, don't I? Fuck. Oh. There we go. Oh shit, there was something at the end of that hallway. Someone. Oh fuck me. Okay. That was fun. Go. You good, bud? Okay. Be careful. No, not that way. What? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's a dead end. That's fun. Oh, hey, look at that. Jesus. Oh my God. Good fucking God, is that right? Jesus Christ! Ah, he's still coming! Holy fucking shit. Was that not a dead end? I thought it was a dead end. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't even see this down here. Fuck's sake. That was tense. Love it. Vincent gifted a sub to Man Bear Pig is real. Super cereal, and no one thinks I'm cereal. You're safe. As long as you are in here, I can hold it off. But you can't run from the past forever. If you are to overcome it, then you must face it head on. Yeesh. Excelsior! Ground density 3.45. $20.70. Oh, right. I don't know if that needs to be on right on top of it or not, but all right. Ground density, what now? 3.45. So right, like 45 RPM. Oh, hey, look. Glad they installed an elevator on this thing. Ooh. Just put in all the numbers. That town suffering suffering multiple earthquakes. 11th April, early morning, the first of an ongoing series of earthquakes struck. The events have led to several power plants failing, and the city center is at the time of writing ravaged by countless fires. More recent reports also indicate that nearly all types of electronics in the city have been rendered unusable. Authorities have yet to comment on if this is a natural phenomenon or some kind of coordinated attack. The seemingly ever-escalating nature of the disaster has, however, already led to some dubbing it the Matryoshka incident. Matryoshka incident. Fuck. Isn't that the name of those nesting dolls? Have you lost someone? To lose a loved one is the worst pain a person can go through. The world is not fair. There is something we learn from early in our lives, but it doesn't have to be this way. The revolutionary new technology, the Vostok Initiative, offers you a chance to never let go. With our state-of-the-art cassettes, a person's mind can be transferred just before the moment of passing. That's what he was doing on the phone. That's what I thought. So that you never have to truly say goodbye. And who knows, someday you might be able to see each other again. There you go. Emergency note confidential. If you hear a patient who has been confirmed to be deceased speak, do not under any circumstances listen to what they are saying. The family of Daniel Petrova in 282 had paid for the Vostok procedure, but the patient died suddenly last night, so the nurses on staff missed the recording window. How do we handle this? What do we tell them? Okay. What did I miss? Yes, I have been watching Evo. I watched the preliminary Street Fighter 6 last night, but I didn't get to watch a ton of it, but I will be going back and watching all the top 8s. I love it. I don't know why. I don't even care about fighting games, but I love watching people compete. Oh, there we go. I can look at this. Hospital. Okay. Patient still... This is Elena Morozova. Patient still without appetite, lucid, but under continuous distress. Exposure to signal paradoxically seems to alleviate more symptoms. Reinstate IV 24 hours. Play signal recording at 2-hour intervals. 13th April. Patient catatonic without constant exposure to signal. Experiences sudden bursts of activity. Speaks an unknown but seemingly coherent language. Keep sedated and make sure to never handle without proper support staff. 14th April. Arrange for immediate patient transfer to specialist hospital. Law enforcement notified. Okay. What am I missing? Oh, there we go. Okay. Let me out of here, you rotten bastards. Three. Okay. Jesus Christ, it scared the shit out of me. Director's Board of Questions Strata Maria Demchenko, a senior representative of one of the once dominant mining and energy conglomerate Strata, has been summoned to the Directorate Board. Demchenko is to answer questions about a possible connection between the so-called Matryoshka incident and the M12 mission, a Strata-sponsored expedition that launched earlier this month. The expedition was the first mission of its kind undertaken by Strata in over 9 years. A second expedition has now been proposed, this time to be led by veteran geonaut Stepan Adamenko. The goal of this expedition is said to investigate why the M12 lost contact with the surface, though Strata has claimed to have no hope of finding their crew still alive. Oh, that is, oh, right near that thing, 311. It's right next to the poster of Saturn eating his child or whatever. Yep, 311. Oh, fuck me. Oh, now the door's gone. Speaking of 311, I hope they're still making music. I like their band. That was a decent band. One. Okay, go to the TV room. 3-1 something. Oh. And the TV room is... Okay, just hang it right. Amber is the color of my energy. Whoa. Uh-oh. 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 317. Okay. Mm-hmm. Damn it, I'm on the wrong way. 310. There we go. Oh, my boy! My boy! No wonder you're broken. You still refused to believe death would be the end. Instead, you set him free. During the moment of passing, there's a change of exactly 21 grams in a patient's weight. This has been theorized to being the soul leaving the body. It's of most important that this moment is captured by the neural recorder. Euthanasia is therefore needed to ensure the recording and the patient's moment of passing are synchronized. The press of such a small vessel can contain something as infinite as a soul. But a boy should not have to live his life trapped in a dream. This may have been all they could give you. But I have no such limits. Keep following the signal, Victor. This is how you'll find me. This cassette is the key. You brought it with you on this mission for a reason. Ah. Petro is still with you on your vessel. You wouldn't download a son, so why would you download a song? You just have to remember who stole him from you. Oh, they're very much making music. The most recent album was 2024. Very nice. Would you download a Zeke? I don't think so. Express telegram from Stepan Adamenko to Victor. You have to go home right now. All landlines electronics are out of order. Fires throughout the city. Can't tell you confidential details. We have made a mistake I fear we cannot undo. Now I have the purple cassette. engineer. I can actually go into each of their rooms. No, I didn't even think about that. Please be safe down there. This is the last time, you promised. Oh my god, it's my kid. I have Petro's disc. Okay, I've already been in here. Yeah. He dead. I've not been in there yet. Oh, I have turquoise, orange, and purple. But I don't have the administrator's disc yet. You have a fax? Oh, they put it in my inventory anyways. M13. I'm sorry to say it, but this mission is a disaster. It's been several days now since any contact from you, and now you've hit a dead end. Navigating through the layers below you is far too precise for our instruments. We can't risk another Matryoshka incident. We are terminating your autopilot systems in order to save power while we are discussing the extraction. I assure you no one wants this, especially when you are so close to the M12 vessel. But sometimes you just have to accept reality. Don't listen to their apathy. Even if you try to explain what truly is at stake here for you now, would they understand? Would they care? You are so close, Victor. If I could bring back Petro right now for you, I would. But I am bound to this place and my reach is frustratingly limited. But there are no such limitations upon you. I know you will find a way. You just have to get back into that cockpit. You just have to get back into that cockpit. Yep. Okay. I will. Thank you. Back in the cockpit. Let's go. I downloaded Zeke once. Watch out. It's a huge file. When you run your computer, it slows down to simulate how fast his brain is. I hate you. Such a dick. Oh, we passed 8,000. Well, it says we passed 8,000. This says we're only at 7,423. Drill advance halted. Forward strata density exceeds cutting threshold. Mechanical drilling ineffective. Initiate torpedo softening procedure. Access torpedo room, engine hall. Arm and detonate forward drill torpedo. Resume drill operation. Okay. So engine hall is down. Down, down, down. This is not it. Where's the fucking map now? There's no map down here? Yo, Kuko with the 56 months. Thank you, Kuko.
Zeke flipped.
All right, hold on. I'm going to take a short break to go pee and let my dogs out. You guys stick around. I'll be right back. All right, y'all. Sorry for the delay. But I just wanted to show you. So Katie left and came back. She went to Hobby Lobby to, go shopping for stuff. And she got me one. She got me a hobby. And it's pretty cool. Gotta admit. Optimus Prime model kit, G1. He's even got the laser axe that pops out. Fuck yeah. So, who knows? Maybe we make a day of doing that. Maybe I figure out how to set up a camera and we do that shit on a chill day. Yeah. That might be fun. Little stream build. All right, let's get back to this because I'm itching to see where this goes. I'm really enjoying this fucking game for some reason. Well, for obvious reasons, I think. Oh, well, shit. There's the thing I need. Oh. Here it is. Oh, so you grip it, let it go for a second, and then grip it again to explode. Okay. There we go. Vital tasks. Insert a torpedo into the firing tube. Oh, that's the key for that. Oh, fuck me. Mini bong? Yeah. Oh, it does tell me I need it there. Okay. Beautiful. Give me that torpedo. Usually there's a tube to put it in, right? Into the firing tube. Where the fuck is the firing tube? Oh, okay. Aha. Fuck, I was at the wrong spot. Okay. Oh, they give you a lot of chances at it, don't they? flower's gone. Oh. Wait. Oh. Phone call. Yellow. Yeah, that's me. Hi, Stefan. Yeah, that was me. I don't have to do what? They'll get us out there, just have to give him time. I know this isn't how either of us wanted this to go, but others will pick up the torch for us. Try to disable the autopilot systems. That's fine. I can pilot it. I can fly. I'm a pilot. This is a depth where M12 went missing. Look, I know that thing got Yosip and Bowden and is still here with us. But in my dorm, there's... Don't let them tempt you into surrender. Since when has anything worthwhile ever been easy? My wife? They will never truly trust you, Victor. But I do. Get into the cockpit, listen to your instincts. I mean, I want to. But I also want to see what the... Yeah, what you have. Why I don't have admin. Okay. Terrain ahead, unscannable, automation disabled, manual pilot needs to be engaged. Enter 4-digit employee ID from your issued form cassette. Okay. There you go. 6359. Enter waypoint data from the laboratory into the terminal. Okay. No, goddammit, no! There, fuck you. That's what I... God damn it. $14.980. Oh, fuck. I need to... that's right. I need to record it onto this thing, don't I? Yep. What? Oh. Oh, this thing. Fucking idiot. Goddamn. Gotta pull that thing down. Goddamn. Sorry. Sorry for the noise, everybody. Oh, fucking, yep. Gotta do the nav cassette first. There we go. $42.18. 43.18. Why not? Okay, the density is 310. So we can go to 52 RPM. Shit, high magma concentration detected. Hull cannot withstand temperature over a prolonged time. Override emergency stop with the ignition key. What do you mean input coordinates? No. Oh. .70. Uh, 5927. Shit. What was it? 3.7. So we can go 38 RPM. Damn it. You gotta be fucking kidding me. No! Do it, come on. God damn it, pull the fucking thing! Are you serious? That's hilarious. You guys are fucking funny as shit. .6 2082. Yeah, 2.6. 60 RPM. Let's go. Damn, dude, we're almost there. Don't you die on me. Don't you die on me. I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to fall asleep because I miss you, baby. And I don't want to miss a friend. God, this wobbly screen is making my eyes go all googly. Oh shit, everything's down. Oh, laboratory terminal, you gotta be fucking kidding me with this. 21890. Okay, 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 okay. Wrong way. Wait, what? 21890? That's your son? Are you talking about the number or? Or am I missing? Okay. The cassette. No, I know one of the cassettes is my son. Yes, I know that. Why is there? Oh my God, there's shit everywhere now. Oh my God, fuck you, dude. Oh fuck, that was a targeting cassette. No, what'd I do? I hope it still works. I did record over my son. No, fuck, I saved over my son. I recorded over my boy. Oh, is it 50-50? It is 50-50. Look at that. Is that all right? Okay. Oh shit, RPMs. 3.9. 33. I think they was telling me. My boy was telling me. There you go. Stop. Nope. Down one. Down one. There you go. Target. Stay on target. Stay on target. It'll be funny if I get a different ending because I recorded navigation shit over my son's brain. I don't know. I can't move. Oh, now I can move. Oh, this is just, oh my God, fuck off, dude. This, I just have to do it like this. I have to do it like mostly blind. That's fucking funny. Two point two. Seven five 7550. 2.2. 70 RPM. God damn it. I can't. There it is. Okay. Oh, I did. Okay. The other one was already set at 50. Nice. Okay. Yep. I can tell which blob is me and which blob is the thing I need to go to. I'm at max velocity, man. I maxed her out. Oh, deploy. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Deploy torpedo when I'm blind? Oh my God. This is fucked up, dude. Okay, there's the torpedo tube. That's fucking hilarious. Jesus. Bloop, 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 bloop. We did it. Oh. Oh, fuck, and everything's on fire. Oh, safe distance reach, clear of hazard, turn off vessel. Oh, look at, I didn't even notice all the beers in here. Holy fucking shit. You made it through. Now you are close, very close. Look at me, it's time I made you see. Hey, thank you. Now you have to hurry. You must save him. I must. Where? Oh, but I recorded over him. That's not good. All this way just to find out that I recorded over my son with navigation controls or coordinates. That's rough. Ben's giving a sub to CD's Nuts, New York Yank. Thank you for 61. Binary Viking with 66. Appreciate you guys. I love this never-ending fire extinguisher. That's really nice. Oh, that's why I was in a full body cast, because my son got burnt up. There we go. Oh, I'm starting to asphyxiate. You can do it. It's all up to you. You can do it. Yep, take a running start. And fall in the pit. I thought that was in the game. Oh, thank you, Jimmy Jakes. That was a tip alert, dude. God damn. I was like, is my son crying in a weirdly female fashion? What is happening? That's my room number 311. It didn't matter that you hurried home as fast as you could. They called it the Matryoshka incident. Strata had refused to let the drilling missions be a thing of the past. Instead, they ventured beyond where your kind were ever meant to go. And awoke things that should have been left sleeping. But Strata never paid for their mistakes. You did. You never made it back to him in time. You owe them nothing, Victor. right. Okay. Victor, your rejection of our offer saddens me. This mission will be one of a kind, a true revival of the good old days, if you forgive my sentimentality. Still, I want you to know that I understand your decision. I know your father, and you never saw eye to eye, and now you are a father yourself. It's a heavy burden to bear, but I'm certain you will handle it with the same care, tenderness, and unfailing effort that you seem to give to everything in your life. I'm proud of you. Digit 2, 3. Oh, okay. I want to go deeper down than anyone. I did tape over him. I feel really bad about that.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
There's your surprise, Vincent. Whoever's reading this file, or whoever's reading this, I'm so sorry. We finally had an update from Stepan about the state of the mission, about Yosip, about whatever monstrosity has made its way into the vessel with you. If only we'd known. The following information is absolutely critical. In Stepan's dorm, there is a gun case. There's just a single bullet on board for the most unthinkable of emergencies. I hope it can save you now. Make that shot count for tomorrow. Here it is. Captain's quarters. This case is only to be met with an insurmountable emergency. All crew members need to unanimously agree to open the case. Therefore, each crew member has been assigned one digit at random. May God help you, Strata. $8,754 meters, a new low. I hate to say I told you so, Stepan. You were the one who put this crew together. You knew some of your selections were, shall we say, controversial. And above all, you knew what risk those selections would bring. Look, I'm not trying to be heartless. All I'm saying is that this is not one of the situations I can bail you out from. You need to make some tough decisions. Too much is riding on this mission. We should reserve extraction for a true emergency. The symptoms the crew are experiencing could very well be because you are several kilometers below the surface. It doesn't have to be the signal. Let me just start by saying we are all devastated by Hirtsenko's death. He was one of those geniuses that felt larger than life. But that doesn't change anything, Stepan. You have to keep going no matter what. I understand the situation's dire, but that is not enough. But that enough is not grounds for extraction. And Hirtsenko is not truly needed to operate the vessel, is he? The signal target coordinates seem to have been updated without issue. It's natural that you feel responsible for the crew. You are. But they also knew the risks. This is not like the M12 mission. You know what you are up against. I'm not about to let your stubbornness be the death of you. You, if anyone, should know that sometimes a commander has to face reality, Stepan. I'm telling you this as a friend. If you extract now without Central Command permission, heads will roll. You know how the situation is up here. The earthquakes, the constant blackouts, the fucking dead who won't shut up. As long as even a single crew member remains alive, the public won't accept you giving up. We can't always save everyone we care about, Stepan. When we extract, we are going to need someone to take responsibility. And no, Stepan, it won't be you. There we go. Digit 1 is 8. 835. That is my room. There we go. There it is. 8357. Got the gun. Zero bullets though. Victor, this is Stepan. Stepan. The extraction process has begun. The mission is canceled. They are bringing us home. Strata will claim the mission failed because of sabotage. Of course, we both know the truth is a bit more complicated than that. I did everything I could to protect you. I really did. All I can do now is tell you how sorry I am. I should never have brought you to this godforsaken place. If there is blame in this mission, it begins and ends with me. But they won't write my name in the report. It will be yours. History doesn't punish the guilty, it punishes the convenient. I know you did all that you could. And I want you to know I will always be proud of you. Yeah, I like that. History doesn't punish the guilty, it punishes the convenient. Oh. Oh, the rabbit. The white rabbit, the signal. Get back here, you little shit. Are you late for a very important date? Vincent giving a sub to Chasing Tail. I'm chasing tail right now. Can't pick that up. Okay. Oh, no, I need, I fucking, again, I need to crouch. God damn, dude. So much shit I missed early on because I didn't crouch and pick it up. No, Bad Will Hunting, I had that problem with a screwdriver early on in the game because I'm like, I can't pick it up. Oh, you gotta crouch down to get it. Okay. Okay. Oh, shit, this cave is tighter than dick skin. I'm a turd. Oh, hey, who's this? Oh! Ah, fucking more forced slow crawling. All right. It seems like the game is coming to a close soon. So we'll have an hour-ish left. We'll get one more game in. You have to make a choice, Victor. Follow my light, or let them devour you. Holy golly mollies! The angel taught truth and secrets only she truly understood. All flesh withers, some flowers are cut before they can bloom. The people mourn the ways of the world. Oh, fuck, okay. They feared a world unaligned with the tyranny of their dogma, thus the angel was condemned and cast down. Oh, the cast down, there we go. There we go. Okay, all flesh withers, some flowers can be are cut down before they bloom. Some people mourn the ways of the old world. The angel was imprisoned beneath the earth. The knowledge he had given them became his chains. Was that a QR code? That looks right? Imprisoned beneath the earth, the knowledge he had given them became his chains. Yeah, imprisoned beneath the earth. That looks like that. That's cast down. The angel refused the cruelty of fate. He shattered the boundaries between life and death. Okay. I don't know. That was it, okay. They broke me, Victor. I can't even remember her name. But I refuse to let you suffer my fate. Awesome. This is not the end. Like Petro, I still live on, trapped in static. His cassette is the key. It is what will bridge the gap between us, between life and death. It is how you will set us both free. Like water breaks stone over the ages. The past binds us both, past that binds us both can be washed away. So take the ewer. Wash away all these memories of funerals, loss, and death forever. About that, funny story. While I was, in peril, magma closing in on me on all sides, and you talking in my ear the whole time, funny thing happened. I recorded over my son's brain with some navigational controls. Is that going to be a problem? Oh, I'm dumping gasoline inside of the... Yeah, okay. Time for one last smoke. It's good. Have another drag. Couple more. I think it's time now. Time to flick it. Not yet. Vincent giving a sub to game over, man. Game over. Are you gonna flick it? What's going on? There it is. Okay. Yeah, I learned that too. Like, cigarettes, I think it can light a gasoline flame, but it has to have a lot of fumes, because the gasoline isn't actually what ignites. I've heard. It's the fumes that ignite. So enough gasoline will put out a cigarette.
Zekadip.
Shintafel with 109 months. Oh, no, I don't need to run, do I? Yeah, I probably do. I got games to play. I'm gonna run. Turn around. Oh, bright eyes. Okay. Oh, hi, there's a phone there. Hello. Mush mushy. Navigator. Do you copy? This is vessel M12. Well, what remains of her? We thought they left us here to rot. They left us out here to rot. Loyalty doesn't tend to be rewarded in this business. That said, we're sure glad to have you here. You're not part of Adamenko's crew, are you? And that explosion just now was your doing, yeah? A crazy way to make a path between our vessels for sure, but we'll take it. We did find what we were looking for all this time, you know. The signal source, it's here, just a few meters beneath us. I've got to say, I've never seen anything so beautiful. Make your way over to us, yeah? We'll dig our way out of this hole together. But be careful, son. There are old, sinister things down here that might be best left forgotten. And I get the feeling they don't want us to leave. Oh, back to the hospital again. Oh, is this bullets? Hidden treasure to save Dad. Oh, the fuse. What's happening? Yep, he's there. Dude, this is fucking freaky. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Not fair, not fair. Not fair. Ma'am, please. Oh, there it is. Ah, ha, ha, ha. The bullet. Holy shit, Exodine, you made it to one
Well, would you look at
hundo.
that? Fuck, I'm old Sikor.
Oh, come on, dude. It went to the next one. I put it in the wrong one. That was a little anticlimactic. Dude. Jesus Christ, man. Close it! What do you want me to do? Fucking Lord. Find recording equipment. Record my essence onto Petro's cassette so that I can bring him back to you. Bring us together. Bring the cassette to me. Board the other vessel. Here I go, I guess. Exodine, thank you so much for the 100 months. Make sure to give me your 100 month game because we're going to do it in November. 100 month in November. Yes, I know, off. Thank you. This is as far as those who came before you made it. But for you, this is not the end. We finally managed to pick up some readings from the signal. It's weak, but it's definitely something there with its own signature. Good to know we didn't drill all this way for nothing. Distance remaining 3 meters. You haven't put much onto it? That's totally fine, man. I'll get you on the list, though. Cut extraction cable for against. She wants us to dig. You open your eyes to truly see salvation is not something to be found through prayer or by choice. You have to take it for yourself. Wow, look at all those neural discs or cassettes. Soon the wait is over. Record me onto the cassette together with Petro. Let this world without him finally be undone. We're so damn close. But I still can't reach him. Get into the pilot seat, Victor. One last time. Oh, I gotta go 3 more meters. Break through all of that which keeps him from you. Whatever, I don't care, just fucking let me do this. Break through the past. There we go. Maxed it out. Let's go. Nothing lies between us now. Make the recording. To save your son, press the switch. Save us both before this all falls apart. Oh, how long I had waited. Thank you, Victor, for all that you've given me. In return, I merely hope to give you the peace, something. As for me, I fear I'll never be able to let go. But don't worry, I won't keep you. Petro has already waited long enough. Bam, bam, boop, bam, a bit of doubt. Dear Petro, the day I'm writing you this, you're just turning 6. My plan is to give you this letter by the day you turn 16, or perhaps when you get your first job, or perhaps when you get married. When does a child stop being a child? I can tell you that when I look at you making noises with your toy drill, or when you draw with all the colors that you have, or when you keep glancing out the window because perhaps soon the rain will be gone and we can go out to the playground. Right now, I feel that you will always be my little boy forever. I wonder what kind of young man you will be by the time I give you this letter to you. Will you be a rascal or a studious bookworm? Will you go to the Strata Institute to be a navigator like your dad? I hope not. You'll probably be a bit ashamed of me, as teenagers usually are. The only other thing I can say for certain is that no matter what path you choose in life, I will always love you. Your father, Victor. Oh, okay. We read that one. Honorable D, this is certified. It appears that by the registrars of the Institute of Strata that Victor Kaminsky and the examination of the degree of engineering are boring. In accordance with the statutes of the state, kept the prescribed residence and passed all the necessary examinations 28 June 1962. A remarkable revival. Just when he thought old man Kaminsky had lost his touch, he does it again. Taras Kaminsky, who became a household name when he commented or cemented the record for deepest descent in 1964, describes himself as someone who has always been a restless soul. Back in the heydays of drilling, they just couldn't keep me away from the ground, Kaminsky says. The people at Strata used to say I must be a part mole. It's been 9 years since Strata's last man-deep earth drilling mission destabilized bedrock and falling mineral prices have been some of the reasons why vessels such as the M12 were figuratively put out on the shelf. It felt right somehow, Kaminsky laughs, when asked about why he chose to accept a mission that is as daring as it is dangerous. The M12 and I have been through a lot together. When Strata unveiled the mission, I just thought to myself, no way I'm letting anyone go down with her. But there might be more noble reasons hidden beneath the surface. Kaminsky, who became a grandfather just a few years ago, continues more solemnly. There are things I can't speak about regarding the mission, I'm sure you understand, but it might be important, more important than anything we've ever done before, and of course it's going to be dangerous. That's why I feel this is a good opportunity for the old guard to take point. I should have been more present as a father myself. Now I want to give my son the opportunity to stay at home and be the kind of presence I could never be to him. When I asked Kaminsky if his grandchild wouldn't also want a grandfather present in his life, Tara simply laughs. His jovial nature back so quickly, it was like it never left. You talk as if I'm going towards certain death, he says, but I am the best navigator who has ever lived, and of course I'm coming back. And what a story I'll have to tell little Petro when I do. Man, that institute is boring. I did, Craze Boy. They are on the docket or on the document. You can see on the left hand or the right hand side, there's stars by them. If someone can post the Google Doc again. This is everything? Almost. But don't worry. You'll be the first to watch it. I should warn you, though. It's not a pretty sight. Just hand me the tapes. Let's get this over with. The first recording starts right at entering the M13 after extraction. Oh, Saint Stepan. I should have done more to protect you. It seems like you tried to reason with Kaminsky. You stubborn old idiot. You need a moment? Oh, keep rolling the tape. Oh shit, I'm moving. It's me. Okay. We tried to lure him into Stepan's office with a gun as bait. He shouldn't have been able to get out, let alone get a hold of any bullets. Couldn't Adamenko have used the gun himself? He was adamant that Victor wasn't himself, that it would have been wrong to kill him. But you were right. Stepan should have shot him. There's the credits. He stabbed Hiratsenko multiple times with a screwdriver. 2 wounds were fatal. Stepan was desperate to find something in Yosip's research that could some things just can't be solved. There were other signs of body trauma as well, but most seemed to be consistent with signal sickness. Guess they were all affected. Yes, Kaminsky just the most susceptible. Remarkable, in some sense, that Kaminsky still managed to get them to the M12 vessel. The M13 was so beat up at the point they couldn't perform any conventional docking maneuvers. So Kaminsky used the old war torpedoes to blast his way through the hull. And the engineer, Bohdan Plusnik, tried to stop him? Negative. We believe he was the first one Kaminsky killed. There seems to have been something with Plusnik that really set Kaminsky off. It's like he tried to rip his body apart. Now for the M12 vessel. This is where things get truly weird. The old crew was long gone, no surprises there, but Kaminsky did manage to use their recording equipment. Poor bastards. Kaminsky used what appears to be one of those Vostok cassettes that have brought it with him on the mission. He was clearly delirious beyond all human reason at this point, though he still seemed intent on actually completing the mission. And did he? Did he get a recording of the signal? I don't... We haven't verified that. With all due respect, I wonder if it is wise to play such a recording if one exists. This mission was never about wisdom. This has all been about damage control from the start. And now we are here, so much damage has already been done. I just need to know it wasn't all for nothing. For tomorrow then? For tomorrow. Wait, on this cassette there's only random coordinates. Oh fuck, it shuts it down. It shuts the fucking game down. That is great. So I got all achievements except one. Oh, clear manual piloting with 1 minute to spare. All right. Oh, did I have less than a minute to spare? Holy fuck. I got it pretty close. God damn, man. That was awesome. That was awesome. Good game, man. Really good. Nice work. 3 hours experience. Really good experience. Fuck yeah, dude. Let's start the game again and see what happens. It was their first game too. That's awesome. They did a great job. It very much reminded me of how I felt at the end of Mouthwash. I'm like, wow, what a fucking experience, dude. That's so cool. Oh yeah, look at that. Days Until Salvation. Very cool, man. That was very cool. I'm just curious if it starts from the beginning again. I know, finishing a game on Indie Day. Oh, okay. Okay. It's the best recording we have. Just don't look directly at the screen. right. Cool, man. All right, what'd you guys vote for next? You are the loading screen? All right, we got a half an hour. Let's fucking see what we can get into. This is a cheap game, and I like that you guys voted for it. Yeah. You are the loading screen. That's right? Yeah, okay. $2. Let's go. Oh, you want Journey as your 100-monther. Nice. Decent choice. All right, let's see. A, B, C, D, E. Go above. And your name is capital E, X, O, D, Y, N, E. Oops. Journey. There we go. Do you have a day of the week that works best for you? Let's see. You are the loading. There it is. Bingo. Weekends? Okay. I'm going to put on there. Weekends. Beautiful. All right, cool, man. Thank you. Thank you for the years of support. I appreciate it. All right. Last game of the day is going to be You Are the Loading Screen. Should be a little fun mini game. Okay. Wow. Ooh. You need to take a breather after that last one. That was intense, bud. That was intense, bud. Like I'm a Canadian. All right. The loading screen never ends. Solve bizarre challenges, survive fake system failures, defeat corrupted software, and uncover the truth behind a self-aware progress bar in this meta comedy puzzle adventure. This one came out 2 days ago, developed and published by Red Controller Interactive. $2. Let's check it out. Yeah, 100-month's gonna kick ass, yeah. It's just too bad that I'm only gonna give, I can only give him 1 day. Oh, patience controller, failed successfully. Space or click when the BIOS stops pretending to work. You Are the Loading Screen, a game about progress bars that resent progress. Closing or abandoning the current level does not save that level. You restart from the beginning of the level. Okay. A label is merely what a button would like you to believe. Button label cache failed. Actions may not match titles. Start waiting. No, keep waiting. Start waiting. Authorizing. No, start actually. Loading assets. They refuse to identify themselves. Please wait while the game prepares something meaningful. System boot manager, local machine. Move the mouse to speed up the load. Your mouse is arguing with the hard drive. Is there? Oh, it is actually doing the progress bar. Human verification.exe. Please prove you are not furniture. Humanity scanned initialized. Select all squares with a subtle existential crisis. Select only the squares requested. Certainty not included. Answer inconclusive again. Buffer is buffering. Fuck, dude, what could it be? It could be any of these. Fuck's sake, man. Give me a fucking clue here. Select all squares with a subtle existential crisis. I mean, give me a fucking clue. Oh. All right, that worked. Knucklehead, thank you for 97 months. Select the illusion of free will. Choice, destiny, maybe. Okay. Oh, sorry about the flashing. I apologize. I didn't even think about it. I apologize. Destiny. Choice. Choice and destiny. Rail. Yeah, I don't like that these are flashing. Dude, I don't want to play your fucking game if you're gonna flashbang me every time and you're not gonna give me a fucking clue as to what you're fucking getting at. No, I thought it was gonna be great too, but this fucking first fucking thing is stupid, dude. It gives you no clue as to what it's like the joke is. Yeah, choice only, right, exactly. Ko, how would you compare how good of a streamer you are next to Zeke? Would you say you're better or an idiot? Well.
Oh, I am an idiot. I'm literally an idiot. Okay.
Okay, so we have to do this again. Oh, there we go. No! I don't even know which ones worked. Can anybody remember which ones were the right ones? So I maybe have a clue to the next one? Because there were only 3 of them that worked. This, void, and question mark. Choice maybe button. Destiny, button, choice. Maybe rail, destiny. Snack, maybe destiny. No, this is... What if it's none of them? Yeah, I've tried that. Maybe choice rail. Destiny snack button. Maybe snack rail. Button destiny choice. Nope. Maybe. Just maybe and choice. Oh, maybe and choice. That was it. Fucking stupid. Select loading written in a fake alien language. Okay. Select all apologies issued by the progress bar. My bad, sorry. Excuse.exe. Hey, that was it. We did it. Okay. Select the approved forms of uncertainty. Perhaps. Maybe. There. Okay, see, those make sense. The first 2 didn't fucking make sense. Select all files responsible for waiting. Incident. Skip. Clock. Nope. There we go. Select every tile pretending to be a button. Okay. Select every checkbox that is not a checkbox. There we go. Prove you have a soul. Click sad images to produce tears. Empty mug. Monday. Oh, tiers collected. Okay. Installing Windows update. Updating Windows. Update failed successfully. Cancel cancellation request. A request was made to cancel loading. Cancel that cancellation to let loading continue. I will cancel cancellation. All right. Live infrastructure, organic compute cluster. How to pass. Hold space and move mouse. Fill power to assist. Okay, there we go. My score is 117 of 60. Okay. That I'm starting not to like a lot. 3-minute service contract remains in force. Required score achieved. So I just have to wait here for 3 minutes? Oh, -1 score. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, it's, 1 minute left right there, 103. Troll games are the worst. I don't mind troll games, but the lighting is just, I mean, the flashing lights and the fucking weird sounds are a little terrible. Yeah, Drop Frames is tomorrow if you guys want to tune in. I don't think we have a guest. I think it's just going to be us three boys chatting about bullshit. So, yeah, if you want to come on out. Be just a regular old 3-guy episode. Is Ko gonna be there? Yes, he's gonna be there. I said 3 guys. You think I'm like, I said 3 guys and no guest. I think 3 minutes is way too fucking long for this bullshit. Way too long. Winning makes it worse. Oh. Control Alt D. End task. End task. I am bad at loading. Please respect my truth. Auto rule approved percentage increments only. Okay. Each pop-up ad hell, each X has trust issues. What just happened? Did I just... Oh, whoops. Shit. Move the forward bracketed private fields. Load. Password, IP address, card, name. Correct reasoning resumes loading. Random clicking submits evidence against you. I'm typing load. I did. Yeah. There it is. Okay. Weird. Send error report to Microsoft? Yes. Report transmitted to an empty folder. Dumping fake memory, assemble key fragments. Lost, fail. Join segments A plus B, ignore convincing decoys. Join segments A plus B. Segment A is weight. Segment B is more. And then no spaces. W41T M0 R3. Okay. Reboot me. R3 B00 TME. There you go. Memory test. Disappointing. Patience test. Patience drive detected. Boot device F12 boot. Reboot successful. Nothing changed. Oh. Damn it. Oh, okay. I just have to score and wait 3 minutes. You know what? I'm not doing it. Yeah, man, that decent idea. Could use some work. Could use some work. Knucklehead, thank you for the 97 months if I didn't say that. All right, y'all. That's going to do it for me today. One of these days, we're going to get some fucking disc golf on this channel. I swear. Was it winning? It was. It was winning. One of these days, we're going to get Disc Golf Masters on there. One of these days. But for now, I'm out here. I'll see you tomorrow for Drop Frames. Coming to you at 1 p.m. Eastern. Me, Co, and JP. Doesn't look like there's a guest. So if you just want to come and hang out and BS with us, we'll see you there. Don't forget also on Tuesday, the 30th, Digimon. Let me get that installed. Digimon Storytime fucking Stranger. Digimon Storytime Stranger for the If Then winner Vendita's Choice. Hell yeah. Hi, buddy. Did you know it's time to go? Did you know? Who's that big boy? Come here, buddy. Oh, shake it off. Come here, buddy. Who's the big boy? Come on. There he is. Oh, there's my big boy. Yeah, there he is. Hi. All right, we're going to say goodbye to everybody, okay? Me and you, bud.
For all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zirconia. He loves my ears. This is me, Zeke, saying... See ya.